So yeah, as
Have
far
you read?
as the book, do you guys have copies of the PDF?
If you posted them, then I haven't downloaded it. If not, then no.
Also
I
in
did.
Roll20.
It is in Roll20, and it is also one of the handouts. Well, yeah, in Roll20, but yeah, I did post it in Discord.
Then I clearly missed it. Oh, there it is. Some before playing thing. I just thought they were random pictures or something. Let me just save some stuff.
Oh, that kind of
The
sucks. I can't pop out the PDF to a separate window.
You have my permission.
I mean, it's popped up in its own little window I can drag around Roll20, but like normally you can pop it over to a different tab in Google and like move it
Oh,
to my second monitor. For some reason, I can't do that with a PDF, but I can do it with all the other handouts.
that's kooky. Yeah, I
But
usually don't use PDFs in Roll20. It's just there in case it helps to have for reference, or if you like it being minimized in the same window along with other stuff. But it will do just as well. The reference cards handout, helpful as the name implies. That's just kind of a little reminder on the turn by turn.
I think we're going to need it for the questions anyway.
Well, I of course will help guide everything, and I'll use the PDF on my side so I can even like read off card draws if we need, and etc. as we go along. As far as the general plan, so as you will see, I have on the right, there are separate folders underneath the label of the continent. The world has yet to be named, the continent has yet to be named. I'm open to suggestions for that since this is all collaborative, but let's not get bogged in on that right now. It's just kind of a placeholder. That goes for the regions too. I have not named them except for the dark, which is just an ominous, maybe placeholder, maybe not, because it just works as far as facilitating its purpose. You will see each region has a folder. Within each folder, there's a handout that is useful for notes. I had envisioned everyone kind of being the prime mover of a region. When it gets into the later campaign with actual D&D characters and stuff, I didn't definitely wanted there to be like a Game of Thrones motif. So I wanted there to be a feeling of ownership of each region, so to speak, even though we are collaboratively working through the world building process. I reckon we'll see how that goes as we go. But that being said, if you open up the Region 1 handout, you will see it's kind of an open template. I have going through there, you'll want to edit it, and it might come down to whomever is the prime mover for each one. But each region will be in one of the cardinal directions. Each region will have a main race out of the D&D. I should say species because that's because what they're going with. I'm just used to saying race, so bear with my primitive brain and locker
You and your
terminology.
race-splaining.
uh, yeah, sub-races or sub-species, that is for the sake of there are times when you flip over cards, there are opportunities for outsiders to arrive. So, for example, if you're like, okay, this is a mountainous region that we're building, its primary race is the dwarves. There are some gnomes who happen to come in stragglers from beyond, and so they're one of the sub-races in this region. That's just a placeholder for that if we want to get kooky and interesting with that. The two categories of base resources and material resources, those are, well, not only I could do better with the labeling, particularly on the second one, but essentially they should all be ranked from 1 to 4 as far as the focus of the region and how potent that particular item is. So if there's a bigger navy, then there's less raw food available, et cetera, blah, blah.
It's 4
Um,
options, and one of them's going to be 4, one's going to be 1, the others will be 2 and 3.
yeah, and that's kind of like a general placeholder and guide. We might see by the way of playing through, it may not work. So we cannot be married to that. That kind of comes more in considering the Game of Thrones style stuff later on. It might be something useful, it might not. We'll come to discover that later. The other features thing has to do with things that we should think about as we're building along and making them unique to each region. That's not to say that each region, if it comes out that each region is a monarchy, that doesn't bother me. But each region should have a difference in holidays just to make things interesting, stuff like that. That's not to say that there can't be like one world religion, like everybody gets persuaded by a particular line of thought. I don't mind that. But if each one has different ones, it just makes it more dynamic and fun down the road. Scrolling down, there is a section there, region notes and details. That is where a lot of the flavor of the world building comes in because of we're going to be pulling a lot of cards, which are going to have a lot of different choices and features to add. So it's a place where we can keep those notes. And I do not mind how tidy those notes are. I can go back later and I can turn it into more of a story-like narrative and put it all together. I don't care if it's a few words like has iron, or you can say the iron shafts of Moria are feared and loved alike because blah blah insert things here. As little or as much as the notes as you want to take, I'm okay with. I'll elaborate as much or as little as needed. For allies, adversaries, and neutral, it was, again, getting considerations for down the road. I figure it is likely that each region will have enough differences that they might be adversarial, they might be allied, they might be neutral to each other. That's just for potential dynamics down the road. If everybody gets along and everybody's united against the dark, that skips ahead in campaign idea stuff, but that's fine. We can go there. So anyway, each region will have a handout like this, and a lot of it is kind of the things to keep in mind as we're going along. Perhaps your hamsters are already running on the wheel with stuff, and that's good. I embrace that. A couple of other things as far as handouts go. Had Chat GPT just spit me out like a little narrative intro thing. Full disclosure, I did not write it, but I was impressed. I thought it was cool. I gave the direction for it, talked about tone, talked about things to include and stuff. Like the way that I use the Chat GPT is do this work for me so that I don't have to do it right now because I don't have the time or I don't want to spend the time because I'm lazy. So like it is my ideas that fuel it. I don't just say, hey, create a thing for a world or whatever. Like I put a lot of details into my chat prompts and it just arranges it nicely. So that's what that is.
Okay.
And it's just kind of a cool little intro story there. Happy fun time. It'll be utilized and referenced down the road because it sets up the world and is vague enough to where it'll fill in no matter what we do with the world building, it will still apply and fit. So thumbs up to us and ChatGPT. Against all the groaning and such that comes from people who are anti-AI stuff, to each their own. Under the handouts folder, there is the PDF. There's a reference card that just says essentially what the turns look like. Have the template for the nation log. That's just the region handouts in case I need another one to copy or whatever. Or if things get messed up or whatever, we can go back. It's there. The other two at the very bottom. One is base resources. The other is obstacles and threats. Those are in no way, shape, and form meant to be limiting. They're there if you are stumped when it comes to your turn and it says, hey, add in a thing, a resource or whatever, or even if you want to do it on the thinking phase where you get to add something new to the map. It might be a way. They're all very vague. A few extra, I put like a couple magical fantasy related things in there just to get the wheels turning. You're welcome to use those as much or as little as you like. I feel like in my position, again, it is collaborative, but it's not meant to go with the world building where everything is happy and fine. We're kind of encouraged to create obstacles to be overcome. So it might end up being, it is actually most likely that the two of you will be focusing on positive development. And then when it comes to my turn is the throwing wrenches into things. So if there's an opportunity for good or bad, I will probably lean into the making things to overcome side of it, whereas you guys, I presume, will lean into the making things a happy, more fun place.
Oh, you clearly don't know me in world building then.
Excellent. I love to hear that. Well, then, yeah, utilize both of those handouts as much or as little as you like. It's kind of separated by biome. So at the very beginning, we're going to be choosing the primary feature of the region, starting to draw stuff on the map. And so you can kind of reference that. Like if we start off and it's a forest region, cool. There are references to resources, threats, things specifically related to forests. It's all separated by biome for the ease of that. We're going to be using a lot of card flipping. You'll see on the right-hand side where the card decks have been laid out. There's spring, summer, autumn, winter, autumn, or fall, depending on what you like, what you prefer. Those are the bread and butter of the week to week, as we will see. So, before we get into the nitty gritty, the rules stuff, are there any questions, any comments, anything, whether from a point of something I mumbled on about too much, too little, or Goose in particular, if in your experience, is there something we should bear in mind ahead of time that hasn't been brought up? Quick open forum before diving into more happy, fun exposition.
Did Goose have anything?
I think he did pretty good.
Okay. I have a question.
I've got answers.
So in your blurb in the Quiet Year chat, it says there was a rock that basically fell out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to propose an idea as to why the rock fell out of the sky.
So I'm definitely open to that. How much? Well, let me just rewind. Let's hear your idea. Throw it on us.
Okay. It mentions in the first paragraph that there were elves and dwarves, humans and halflings and gnomes, all the classic D&D races and orcs.
Yep.
I proposed that there was a war between the elves and the dwarves, and that an event occurred during the war that caused one side, whether it's the elves or the dwarves, doesn't maybe lost to history at the moment, who knows,
That is most likely.
that pulled the rock from the sky. in their retaliation to one side's atrocities against them after the war had drawn on so long. And that's what broke the world.
Tit for tat always escalates. So
Yes.
I super love that. For me, I was just going to have it be random asteroid hits. Asteroid is radioactive with evil and badness, and it spreads across the land and causes the apocalypse and stuff. So that being a purpose. Now, for the sake of the campaign, a fact such as that would absolutely be lost to history. But
That's fine.
it would be a really cool and fun thing to discover within the course of the campaign. Might have ramifications, especially if there's already tension between races. So I definitely want to play with that and expand upon it because that is cool. One of the other things that I was thinking, and this will come through as we're developing, I reckon we'll have to choose, one of you guys will have to choose kind of being the prime mover of the first region. In that, you would be going first in choosing the biome type and the dominant race of the region. What I was thinking is that it would be cool if when we get to the end, if there is a major race that we haven't selected, that they are actually twisted in the dark. Like, say, for example, if humans are actually extinct or rare or entirely corrupted, and humans are the twisted race that dominates the dark, something like that would be fun and cool. That can tie into the calling
hey.
down of the meteor.
I would like some fantasy in my imaginary game, not real life, please.
There will be plenty of opportunity
You're not
for
wrong.
that.
Humans, they're the dark and twisted ones. Fuck, you're not wrong.
And I was thinking, like, it'd be cool if it was elves. Like, the only elves that exist on this world are the Drow or Drow,
That's
depending
the
on
reason
how
I
you pronounce it.
proposed. That's the reason I proposed the Elf Dwarf War, is that it takes two races, and even if they don't know which race did it, people blame both races equally for the state of the world today.
That I
Fun
think
fact,
that
it was actually the gnomes.
blame that we can justify that pretty easily. To me, I'm not married to what race or races are involved in that. The only thing is that for the premise of the world rebuilding that goes on, again, I think that discovering the responsibility of the meteor and etc. is something that should come out later, not be pre-known. Like, everything before the fall of the meteor should be completely unknown for now.
Okay.
But yeah, so if it was the elves, maybe like the elves and the dwarves, like, say hypothetically, maybe neither of you choose elves or dwarves as primary race in your region. It could be that elves and dwarves became Drow and Dwager, the dark dwarves. You guys can't see me do air quotes, but that's what I'm doing because I'm stumbling on the right word there. But then when you would actually encounter an elf or a dwarf, be like, what twisted abomination is that with its, ashen skin and glowing eyes and it's from the dark, ooh, it's evil people. But like, if the whole race, like in that central region, like they brought that calamity down and then completely obliterated themselves and twisted themselves into something else, ooh, that's poetic justice and I love it. Let's see how things go and see what's left over and how we can twist into that. But I really love that as another thing to bear in mind as we are doing the building, as it were. Being as that it is a fantasy world, like, I still want to have dragons and dungeons and beholders and stuff, like all of that to come around. So definitely don't hold back. I don't want it to be like a low magic world where it's humans and then there's like one
Game of Thrones is
Merlin.
absolutely a low magic world.
Yeah, right. Like one Merlin wizard who can do magic, but the rest of the entire populace can't. Like, I want to avoid that because that's less fun, in my opinion.
The weirder, the better.
Yeah, let's get crazy with it. All right, so as far as, do either of you have an idea already? If you are like prime mover of a region, would you have a biome type and a primary race that you would want to start with? Does anybody want to volunteer to be essentially player one?
Sure.
Yeah, either way is fine with me.
Yeah, I don't particularly have a. I'll go player one, sure.
All right. Um, as far as note keeping, would you guys like to be note keepers for your regions? Would you like me to keep the notes?
I would like you to keep the notes because eventually I'm going to be a player and I don't want to remember all this stuff.
Oh, I mean, as far as like editing the document and stuff.
Oh, I'd rather one person just edit the document. So
Okay.
you.
Okay, cool. Then I shall be playing God. How appropriate. Alrighty
How
then.
dare you?
Oh, I dare. With
Almost every
authority.
day of the week.
All right, so then I'm going to move us over here to this blank hex map. It is wide open for us to play with and fill in. I hope you are both ready to bring your art skills because we will be physically drawing on the map. Um, do go ahead and keep it simple. What is likely is I will take our scribbles on the map and I will turn it into something like with Incarnate or something and clean it up and make it look more like an official world map. So we can get as squiggly and crazy and have little notes or words typed in and references on there. Don't worry about this being muddy. I can clean it up and have fun with that. So just to bear in mind, like, don't think that you have to in any way, shape, or form draw a masterpiece here. That is not really the point and probably going to hold us back time-wise. What I would like to start with, since I will be going into editing the document here, let me ask you, Mr. Brian, north, south, east, or west?
Have we moved yet?
Did I? I didn't. Here we go. Now we've moved.
There
There's
we go.
your blank canvas.
Okay.
And what I have kind of aligned is north winter, south summer, east autumn, west spring. Kind of suggests biomes to lean toward, but not entirely all encompassing. So, what are you
This is
feeling?
taking place in the northern hemisphere then?
Um, Mostly yes, we'll call it that.
Because otherwise you could reverse summer and or south and north if it was in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, let's not
I
worry
only bring it
about
up
things like
because
that. This is it's one continent, so there could be other continents, which might be explored way down the road. But for now,
Or
yeah,
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 it's
it could be
northern
Discord, and that
hemisphere
doesn't matter.
fits. Northern hemisphere fits as far as that orientation and stuff. You are 100% correct.
yeah. I only bring it up because Cosmere clearly went for a southern hemisphere setup for its thing. Because
Yeah,
everything that's cold is in the north. Or sorry, everything that's warm is in the north, like the equator and stuff like that, and everything south is cold.
yeah.
So, I'll go for south.
All right. So, what is, with it being in the south, what is the primary biome? Is that to be deserty then?
Um,
Or tropical even, like if you wanted it to be more jungle-like?
I was going to go with Plateau Red Rock.
Okay. What is, let me see. What is the desert and arid wastes? What is
Arizona's
that?
northern third of the state is more Red Rock Plateau kind of stuff. It's very much a desert environment in the concept of heat, but it is a lot of high mesas, and you know, the canyons could
Okay.
have towers of rock rather than trees. Imagine going through a canyon where every 100 feet or so there's a obelisk of stone kind of weaving up.
I am a fan of that dynamic terrain and stuff. I think I'm just going to call it Rocky Desert, and then we can get into
Red,
more specific definitions, maybe find a better terminology for it. This is just for notes and stuff, so for now that should
Red Rock,
work.
I think it's Mesa.
Yeah, Mesa has a lot of red rock in it too.
Very, very both similar.
Sedona is a lot of that too.
Yep. All very, very similar.
Sedona might be the prettiest of them all, but
Yeah. All right. And what would be the primary race that populates this? What community is going to be built up as our focus here? Species, rather, sorry. I'm going to stumble over that time and time again. Please don't take my liberal card. I have it
I would
laminated.
like it. Um, hmm, I'm trying to decide between orc and dwarf.
And go crazy. Like, I didn't mention like Dragonborn specifically, but if it's a playable race, go for it.
Kobolds, lizard folks.
I'll go for Dragonborn. That's fine.
Ooh.
Could go weird, and it's all Threadcreen. Threadcreen and Plasmoids.
Well, those aren't playable races in the player's handbook and accessories. So that's a little crazy. Let's not go that far out there because I don't want to make third-party
And
content and deal
fifth
with all
edition
that shit.
Athos stuff yet, so
Yeah.
there's community content for Athos in fifth edition, but nothing that's
Oh
legit
yeah.
or in
Um,
canon.
I'll put it like this. If it's not in the compendium for the character mancer to utilize with preset stuff to make character creation quicker, let's avoid that. But I love starting off with Dragonborn and having the South. So let this too be another thing to kind of forward think. Are you then wanting to play as a Dragonborn when it comes to character creation and we're actually having a campaign in this world? Because I was hoping
Maybe.
to kind of tie the region controller, in this case you, to the race that you would be playing in the game itself.
I have no objections to playing a Dragonborn.
All right, cool. Everything is going according to plan. All right, so I'm going to save those changes. We now know that Region 1 is in the south, Rocky Desert Mesa. Main race is the Dragonborn. So, when it comes to starting things out, after we've talked about now kind of the terrain, habitat, and everything, community is in the Rocky Desert there. Um, we want to kind of each of us will be going through and kind of establishing a detail about the terrain and etc. on the map. Just one detail, purely about geography. So we would start with Brian, drawing out some rocky desert area on the map here. And then Goose can add a thing, and then I will add a thing. And then we'll talk about starting resources.
Can I use the entire map, or should I stay to the bottom border of it?
I would start in the center, and I would say your range should be as much or as little as you like. We should leave a little bit around the edges to play with, but I would say you're welcome to take up the majority of the area because we can, when we add in details, it should be, of course, within the biome. So there shouldn't be really too much fringe stuff to worry about. You can just do like a big colored circle if you want. Like you can put rocks around the edges of it. Entirely up to you how you want to kind of depict that.
Okay.
But you would definitely be starting us off here with, bam, here is the main area. And if you want to shape it as well, if you really want to get creative, welcome to do that.
Okay, there's the detail. It's a wall of mesas or mountains, and there's an outside and an inside.
All right, cool. What feature would you like to add, Mr. Goose?
Let's go with a forest and or grove of sequoia size cacti.
That's some big ass cacti.
Massive cacti. That's cool too for a fantasy world. And don't forget, like, so you've drawn like a few of them there. You could highlight that whole thing and then copy paste if you want to fill up like for example, like the southeastern border is made up of an expansive cacti jungle forest thing.
You can copy paste drawings.
Okay, I don't know if you can. Maybe that's bad to say. I can. I don't know if
Go
you
for it.
can. I encourage you to try.
Go for it. I mean, I'm trying to like Control C, click somewhere else on the map. Control V. I don't see highlight. Right click. There's undo,
You're
advanced
not getting. You're not
terraform.
allowed to have a right-click menu on it.
Right click. It's ping everyone. Undo, redo, advanced terraform, which has nothing if you open it, or delete.
That is stupid. All right. Well, here we go. I will be apparently copy paster guy. That is super cool. I should have, oh gosh, I'll remember this in the future. I should have gotten like little transparent tokens that represent like trees and mountains and stuff like that, and then had that available to copy paste. That's a foresight thing I should have been ahead of. But I like the custom drawing of stuff. It makes it a little bit more personal. All right, so I think what I would like to add is a water source that is going to pour in from the western side. And it's going to go into a big old lake area like that. So there'll be like a massive waterfall here. Because Brian, you had said that it was like kind of an isolated region, mountainous, cavernous around the edges that kind of forms a natural geographical border.
When it gets back to me, I'm going to further elaborate. So this hexagon, effectively, I've drawn, I consider it to be like, imagine if mesas were walls, but walls that might stretch a mile or two. And imagine that there is a 1 or 2 mile wide wall that is the blue line there, and there, I could absolutely see a waterfall coming off of that at some point. But their inhabitants, in my mind, call it the wall because they don't have a better answer for it. No one knows why it formed in a 6-pattern hexagon or why it's even close to that. There's a lot of mystery as to why this wall even exists, or this formation of rock that appears to be natural, but may not be. Again, leaning into that, no one knows what happened after the fall.
Okay.
This could have been a fort for the dwarves ages ago. No one knows.
Alrighty. How would you summarize that in just a few words? Just so I can put like a label on the map here.
A 1 to 2 mile wide hexagonal mesa wall.
And you guys do you guys have the text tool?
I mean, I see a text tool, yeah.
I don't know if you can put text labels on. I'm using just the base font with black color and size 40 text. I don't know if you
I
can
don't know if it's going to
type
let
stuff
me.
in there.
Oh, I have part of this covered up because I have
There you go.
documents opened.
Ah, yes,
40 text.
text label. But yeah, I would make it size 40.
I'll make something right now. 1 to 2. Oh, you also did bold. Okay.
I did not do bold.
I'm doing 40 and it doesn't look anything like what you did. Oh, balls. I'll have to do another one.
If you
Just
double
delete-
click it, you should be able to edit it. Reopens.
It's not letting me. It keeps trying to put a new block down. If you can just delete the 1 to 2, I'll fix it in the next one.
Done.
Yeah, you have to deselect that text tool and go to the
Select tool.
pointer
Oh,
tool.
God,
Select
so
tool.
dumb.
to
Right, 1 to 2.
be able to double click back
Roll20
into it.
does do its best. It is unfortunately not primarily a. I mean, it does actually
Yes.
have like somewhere there is like a map building thing, but I don't want to get into that. I'm having fun with our squiggly kindergarten paint, so let's keep
I mean,
going like that.
it's fun with the squiggly kindergarten paints, especially whenever
Yeah.
like one person in the group is an artist. So you have all these kindergarten drawings, and you got these like 5 or 6 just like very little detailed POIs. It's like it just makes it.
All right. And let's see. For
So
now,
you're talking like this is flatlands, and it just cliffs down into a basin.
Yeah, like you could walk 1 to 2 miles away and it would cliff down on the other side as well. So there's a basin inner and there's the remaining of the desert land outer.
Okay, cool. So there's
But I
almost
suspect
like
that
let me see.
the
I'm
area
just gonna
inside this
choose-
thing could be 40, 50 miles across, 60 miles across. I don't know. This thing is huge. This is something you could see from the stars. I
Yeah.
picture it as the way we described the Wall of China.
Yeah, it could be a couple hundred
Okay,
miles
cool.
across. Like it's entire west of a continent,
Exactly.
south of a continent.
And when I do the shaping and map making later, it will possibly not be a perfect hexagon.
It shouldn't
Unless,
be. It's still
okay.
it's supposed to come across as like a natural formation.
Yeah,
Like
gotcha.
either this was the most rare situation you're going to come across, or someone did some funky magic with Wall of Stone, like 14th level Wall of Stone, some bullshit like that.
Oh, I see what you mean. So regular giant fucking wall, regular.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking
no.
about.
So what I just drew, I was just drawing an outer region of the hexagon that is regular desert. The blue line should be the wall.
Yeah, just imagine that blue line is effectively 1 to 2 miles across.
Yeah.
Like the line's not some parts of the line is a mile across, some parts are a little thicker at up to 2 miles. Maybe it averages out at 1.5 for the most of it.
Yeah. Yeah, because
I
we
like it.
should assume, scale and stuff. All right, and then outside of the desert, we might figure stuff out. We'll deal with that later. All right, so now that we've got everybody has contributed a cool and fun detail to the map, each of us is going to declare an important resource for the community. Later, we're going to be determining one thing is going to be in abundance, the rest are going to be scarcity. And over the course of play, those things can change. If you have an abundance, it could run out. A scarcity could become more prominent. So there are base examples, drinking water, protection from predators, shelter, food. A base primary resource can go anywhere on the map. But between
And
the three of us, we'll have
the
those going.
the abundances and scarcities are nice because whenever we get to the weak stuff, if you feel like you can cause a resource to go scarce because of your project, it should be marked as such.
Yes, that's exactly what I refer to. All right. So I'm just going to put 1, 2, 3. I'm just editing the handout here. So we've got starting resources.
The one for region
1, 2, and 3. Yep, I've got that open
Okay.
and editing. I'll try to save it so that closing and reopening can show new facts. Right now, it doesn't have a lot that has changed, so don't worry about that. But yeah, right now I have it open for editing. And for the record, the river, the waterfall, and the lake, I would hope that the community, the starting community, would be away from there. It should be something that the society finds later. Perhaps it's rumored, or necessity will draw them to seeking it out and finding it. If you guys want to draw in like other sources of rivers or lakes, waterfalls, cool. The feature that I've added in is kind of like a secret oasis area, if that helps. And we can fill in details, utilize that later. But it's not my intention for that feature to be a resource for the community, if that makes sense, at least starting out.
Sure. Okay.
All right.
Then
So, yeah.
the resource that I would also add for it, wait, sorry, it's my turn. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
The resource I would not like to be available, the same way you didn't want the water source to be available. Somewhere in the wall, underground, really underground, is a vein of mithril.
Okay, and that would be something that we would want to add later then. Because this would be resources that are starting out that the community would actually have access to.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I was just going based on the thing you did.
Oh, yeah. And I'm sorry to deflect there. I love the idea of there being a mithril vein that the Dragonborn will have access to eventually, and we should definitely bear that in mind when opportunities come up. 100%. If you don't intend that to be a starting base resource, I would not propose it for your turn now.
Make it a starting base resource? I didn't know if I
You
could. It
can.
seemed. Then yes.
All right. So
We're gonna make it weird. Let's go.
we can even make it like a scar. Well, we'll figure that out soon.
Oh yeah, we could do it. This isn't about scarcity because that could.
We'll figure out
didn't know.
what it's going to be scarce and abundant soon.
Yeah, this section should just be listing the resources, and in a second we'll choose what is scarce and what is abundant.
Yep.
Exactly.
So go ahead and place for us the location of the mithril vein. Now this should be close to the community. So if it's within the walls, I would pick a place on the wall somewhere where the community is going to be getting its foundational start. and then put your vein in.
And I'm,
Are you able to change colors of what you
yes,
draw? Okay, perfect.
I'm going to pick a light gray because I always pictured mithril being kind of a lightest silver gray kind of color. Okay. And I'm just going to make a dot here. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Fuck. God damn it.
Oh,
It
that was
changed that.
changing your avatar dice color. Yeah, you would want to change it on the paint tool. There it is.
All right. The reason I deliberately selected that corner is I also see from Goose's idea and building on his that fruit, cacti juice, cacti things are going to become a big staple of their diet. So I wanted it, if it's in the wall, to be near an area where the community could make resource farming of those cacti.
Ah, okay. Excellent.
All right, now that I understand that, I'll put this back to here.
Cool, cool, cool. I like it. All right, and a potential starting resource, Mr. Goose. And again, don't hesitate to check out the base resources handout. If you scroll down to the desert, there are a few suggested things in there. You can also even check out the obstacles one if it is a resource that could be utilized but still have a threat with it. I don't know. That's a little trickier, but probably the base resources might be a better reference. But go crazy if you've got something else in mind.
Go with dinosaurs that they hunt and can use as beast of burden.
I love you so much. Full disclosure, I was gonna put dinosaurs in this world, but I love that you're like, bam, right on it.
I
All
like
right, so
dinosaurs,
I am a huge,
and
huge,
I
huge dinosaur
will
fan.
try my best to draw a
Well,
dino
now,
nuggy
okay, so
somewhere on the
with
map.
this being a resource, we've got dinosaurs. I'm going to put in parentheses, beast of burden. Are they a food source as well, like smaller herbivores?
Why not?
What's a dino burger?
Who wants
All
Bronto
right,
steak?
That's right.
that is cool.
Look
All
at look at
right, so
look at that neck. So much tenderloin.
so the entire region can have appropriate dinosaurs in it. Perhaps even the entire world might have a prehistoric slant to it, which works, and I'm totally down with like as the like bipedal species that were air quotes civilized as their cities fell and nature started to reclaim becomes more bestial. I love that. Um, ooh, we're getting some dino drawings. All right. Ooh, it's a ceratop of some kind. And we got long necks. So because there are herbivore dinosaurs and they are of a nature of why is that selecting so much? Oh man, I'm gonna
Oh, here, I'll move it away from a line you can also probably select if you were
it
trying to copy paste it.
it wants to I was all right, I'm gonna move that to the back. I'm gonna move that to the back. It still wants to select. All right, tell you what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna zoom in a whole hell of a lot so that I can select individual lines from the drawing when I go to copy paste. Or you know what? Actually, I know what will make it easier. let me put that big brown line on the fucking map layer and that big blue line on the map layer. And then, oh, what is it doing now? On the token layer, why is it? Oh, did I have multiple? I guess I did have multiple places where I drew that. Maybe two halves, anyway. All right, hooray. We're having fun now. All right, so now I can copy and I can paste around dinosaurs. Here and there. And maybe there's a couple different pods or something within. I guess maybe we should figure out as far as God, I love that so much. Thank you for throwing dinosaurs in there. I like the idea of a salt flat area. We don't know yet how abundant they might be. So I'm just going to put as a resource salt flats. And so that then right now, and we might adjust it later, but right now, as was alluded to by Brian, the cacti are a source of food and probably water here until they gain access to the hidden oasis in the northwest. I'm just going to put.
I just love that dinosaurs in this world didn't evolve to the mega creatures they were in our world. They just evolved like cows and bulls and bison and shit.
Well, some of them will be that size. There will still be monstrous dinosaurs, but that's a really cool idea. If, in general, they
just didn't look
are,
that big.
yeah, like they haven't yet evolved into that monstrous size.
And at that point, do they, in a fire portion of the world, replace cattle?
Right. Well, that's kind of what it seems like here, as Goose has pointed out, them being beasts of burden and food, they are more of a cattle. Like the biggest ones, I don't see them getting bigger than like hippos or elephants. Like a hippo or elephant sized dinosaur would be considered monstrous, as opposed to the T-Rex that you would find in common media.
Yeah, I think that some slightly chunkier versions of a raptor would be the common horse that people would use.
Hell yeah. Lizards riding lizards.
Lizard on lizard action, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh man, lots of scales and stuff. That's super cool. All right, so I'm just going to put the word salt flats here on the map. So out of these starting resources,
all right,
we're actually supposed to kind of put our labels down as far as if it's abundant, we're supposed to put down more of it as opposed to less on the map. We can kind of clean that up, but what would you guys like to see the one source that is in a great abundance, whether it is the mithril, the dinosaurs, or the salt flats?
I kind of want to throw everyone on their head and make it the mithril, the abundant one, but I'm open to ideas and suggestions. I'm not sold on it completely.
Also, I would make a argument that before we choose what is scarce and abundant, we can also go off of what is already on the map as well. Like the cactus, like Brian said, could be food and water, and we can list those as resources and also mark those as abundant and scarce. The dinosaurs could be both food and beast of burden, and those can be resources as well. And just there are not very many beast of burdens because we don't have any tamers at the moment, kind of thing.
So the cacti forest is inherently in abundance. It is outside
I
of
would agree.
the uh, we'll call it the octagon here, or is it 8 sides?
It's a hexagon.
The hexagon here. um,
I wasn't going to correct you, but you didn't start asking questions.
the
Bless you.
three. No, I did not make all of these pieces of the wall. All right, there we go. So yeah, I would say because it's labeled as a forest there, that's a feature where there's kind of an inherent abundance. I would vote for starting out that the abundance is the dinosaurs and that the mithril and the salt flats are a scarcity, mostly because the lack of developing tools and storage and everything else to make them an abundant resource. If the
They don't know how
dinosaurs are
yet.
just wandering about, there's plenty. And I'm definitely in favor of like the community coming here because they won't starve. I like to
I'm
think
inclined
that
to
these
agree to
are
that because
smart Dragonborn.
there are plenty of weeks in the quiet year to have a project to
Yeah.
make
Oh,
mithril and
absolutely.
abundance by starting a proper mine, or possibly hiring dwarfs.
Yeah, yeah. If like another community type comes in, shall be good. All right. So marking
How's it going, Phil?
scarcity.
I noticed a bunch of fuckheads down here, so I thought I'd pop my head in.
Do
We
you
are
want to
Welcome to
watch
the
these
Fuckhead Club.
fuckheads?
All right. So I have saved the document. Under the notes there have our starting resources. We've got mithril vein, which is a scarcity. We've got the dinosaurs, which are abundant, and the salt flats, which are also a scarcity in resource. How are you guys feeling about the world that we've been building so far? Pretty good?
I feel good about it. Is it still kind of a magical, a post-apocalyptic scenario?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
And
so
I feel
this is
great
going to
about
be
it.
like it's a good ground zero.
Perfecto. All right, so as far as now that we have kind of a basis here to work off of, the basic unit of play in the quiet year is a week. So each week is a turn taken by one player. We'll move around the table the same order we've been going, and it says they should take an average of 2 to 3 minutes to complete. This being our first time going through stuff, I don't mind taking our time. When we get to like region 3 and 4, we'll be pretty quick at it because we know what to anticipate. Right now, we're dipping our toes in. So during each week, the following things will happen. Active player will draw a card. They or I can read the relevant text aloud and then resolve it. All bold text is followed. Project dice are reduced by 1, and any finished projects get updated. We'll get into that later. And then, after the card draw stuff and the project dice are resolved, the active player chooses and takes an action. The 3 actions available are discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. When it comes to each of those things, just to quickly kind of play that out. It is a little bit self-explanatory, but just to quickly go over. So with the discover something new, you're introducing a new situation. It could be a problem, could be an opportunity, could be both. It is something that should be able to be scribbled on the map, something within a single hex. It shouldn't be a huge thing, but it can grow with later developments and stuff. Examples include that they give dried up well on the edge of town, mangy wolves slinking around the woods, broken down water wheel, strange wailing noises coming from the forest at night. A self-declared prophet arrives. So these are ways where you can introduce, as far as forward thinking, ways if you have an idea of where like a religion might develop, you could say, hey, here is the first prophet of insert name for fantasy religion here. He has arrived talking about prophecy, talking about astrology, talking about the great cactus god, whatever that might be. Um, it
Freckly
should be,
McDingleheimer?
of course, of the Dingleheimer family, naturally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those should be, because the cards provide opportunities where the sub races might come in, refugees of another, like a non-Dragonborn. Most of the stuff for the community should be Dragonborn focused, and then using the card draws, those are kind of more of a major introduction, if you will. When it comes to action type number 2, holding a discussion. Um, a discussion never results in a decision or summation process. Everyone kind of weighs in and then it's over. It's a very quick thing. Should be tied to a situation on the map. When the discussion ends, we will mark the situation it's attached to somehow. Example conversations include: should we retaliate against the bikers? Or, if leading with a declaration, we should abstain from retaliation or violence. Another example, could we use the school bus as a sleeping area for the village children? Those are things that are based on like a post-apocalypse with modern setting. We're going fantasy, so color that as you will. Um, Everybody gets to weigh in once. Now, the person who is taking the action, they can ask a question or they can make a declaration. And then everybody gets to weigh in once, essentially a single response, 1 to 2 sentences. If you open with a question, you get to weigh in last. If you open with a declaration, then that's it. It is very important to stay concise with that. And again, if there's more to say, more to develop on the topic, can always have another discussion about it later. Somebody else could say, all right, I want to come back to this, follow up, develop, whatever. Starting a project is the final action type. Get to choose a situation, declare what the community is going to do to resolve it. There is no consultation about this. The community simply begins work on that project. So you get to be creative, get something started. Essentially, if we were playing on a table, we would put like a D6 down. The person who starts the project determines how many weeks it should take within fairness. It's not easy or quick to build like a house with limited resources. So, and it might take extra tools, extra expertise, etc. So don't purposefully make it easy on yourself, but it should be within that 1 to 6 range for a project. Otherwise, it'll be need to be completed in stages. We can mark down each turn. We can use the little text thing to put a number next to the project, tick it down each turn. There are card draws that will finish a project, hurry up a project, say that a project is abandoned. It might make you choose between 2 projects, like you have to choose one and all the resources get focused there. So bear that in mind.
Okay.
And we should, as far as those 3 different action types, the discovery, discussion, starting project, we should try to keep it fairly balanced. If we are constantly using discover something new just to skirt problems, then that gets cheesy and easy. Unless you guys want to play on easy mode and you just want to keep building stuff. I don't personally mind, but the game recommends, as far as the fun factor, try to keep that kind of even. As far as things to consider, there's a nice little paragraph about restraint which it might be easier if I just kind of read it out. In playing The Quiet Year, we must refrain from freewheeling discussion about what to do next. There are specific mechanics in the game for discussing community issues and demonstrating our displeasure. When we play, we won't speak out of turn or attempt to circumnavigate these mechanics. These rules work to demonstrate how difficult it is to engage the entire community in conversation and how tensions and disagreements tend to linger across weeks or even months. We'll also be careful to avoid character narratives. In The Quiet Year, characters will likely emerge who we identify with. They'll have names. They'll be tied into interesting situations on the map. The game will falter, however, if we try to use these mechanics to tell a story about any one of these individuals. As much as possible, we should keep the focus of the game on the community's wants and needs, the ways that decisions get made about them. We should use named characters to support the larger bird's eye view and not the other way around. As we are about to move into the main draw of stuff, a few things to anticipate. We'll be starting with the cards of spring. They'll be asking a lot of questions, which will establish more about the landscape, inner workings of the community. The spring section used to become familiar with the mechanics, structure of the game. Won't be a lot of tension or conflict during that phase, and that is okay. In the summer phase, larger threats, greater progress will begin to emerge, start to define our community through our actions, and some seeds of discontent will likely be sown. In autumn, danger and failure become more visible and serious. This will be the most trying season. In winter, the community will continue to work, prepare, and there is a point in the winter when which card is it? There's a specific card. The King of Spades. When the King of Spades shows, the game is over, we are done, the region is done with its development, and we are ready to move on to other areas of the world to develop. With that being said, I don't know how you guys feel. For the sake of getting like some of the winter fun, we should kind of put out a caveat that if the king shows up within the first few cards drawn, like the first round table, we shuffle it back in and keep going. That's just something where I think it would suck if we only got like one person plays in winter and then second player draws and they get the king. That's no fun. Again, up to you guys, but I just think everybody should get at least one draw in winter before honoring the king draw ends the game.
I mean, that's exactly what I did whenever I ran it. I took the king out, shuffled winter, and took the bottom half of king, shuffled the king back into the bottom half of the winter deck.
Nice.
So at least
you have
half of
that
the
same
season
thing
was
in
back.
mind. Awesome.
Yes. I have the same exact thought because like there's some really good prompts and there's some really shit prompts. So it's like I didn't want it to be done
Yeah.
with just shit RNG.
So after you have a world built, then what?
Then we go on. Well, so we're going to build different regions. Right now we're working on Brian's desert region of the Dragonborn. When we have all of the regions built out, there's a north, east, west, south, and the middle one, which we'll talk later. I don't know if I want to completely design the dark region or if we want to collaboratively go into that. Could be fun either way. We'll see. Because some things we might want to have spoilers, but it might be fun to be like, we're actually building up the evil community so that can explore
Racist.
some of the dark side. No, not that kind of dark. Well, I mean, I have referenced the dark elves and the dark dwarves, which is a lot of darkies. But no, we're not being racist here.
Aw.
That being said, once the world is done being built, I'm going to compile everything, and that is going to be the world that we're going to have a D&D campaign in. And
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. After you have the world all built and everything, why don't you just run a D&D game? And
That's the entire point.
that
Yeah.
is the entire point. And
okay.
yeah,
It is a fantastic way to get your players actually interested in the game before you ever start,
Huh.
because they help build it.
yeah,
Oh, that's
And
neat.
the scarcity and resources that you find and discover throughout playing the Quiet Year can help influence politics and stuff later on in the game, which is
the
fun,
whole thing for because I
fun for
wanted
the
it to
DM.
have a very Game of Thrones feel, which is why I wanted there to be like I want Brian to love the Dragonborn and feel what they've been through, their whole upbringing, their culture that is developed from the start, and be familiar with that. So when he plays his Dragonborn character, he has a loyalty to his people, a familiarity with his region, skills that reflect growing up in that environment and
Yeah.
utilizing the resources, et cetera, blah, blah. I mean, even
So,
like, this is my awesome mithril sword that my grandfather mined the mithril for and then brought home, and my uncle hammered the sword out, and this is like our family sword or whatever, like stuff like that. Super, super cool.
so Brian's gonna feel up a Dragonborn and play with their sword.
Yes,
Got
that is the whole intent of today's session. So I'm glad you made it on time,
Yeah.
so we can all watch Brian fiddle with his sword
it.
and
It
You're
is.
gonna polish it a lot.
deal with his scaly skin condition.
It is the longest way around of making a backstory.
Yeah, basically.
It'll be fun.
I'll make my backstory by making the world.
Yes. Yes, of course.
You walk into your game master, you drop down 356 pages. It's like once for every single day of the year that he was born. And they're like, either they think you're, really into it, or they haven't noticed that you slipped 7 pages in right before you showed up, but just pure bullshit.
Yes. Yes, Brian's gonna fill up a Dragonborn, fiddles a sword. It's his backshot story.
It is the Ackshot story.
Gross. Anyway, so
Uh,
again, I'm going to be editing and keeping notes as we go along. It's going to be initially probably a little bit scattered. I'll have basic notes for reference. I will flower it out so that each region, even if I just plug in the notes into ChatGPT and I say, take all this bullshit and tell a story with it, we'll see what happens. But bear with the notes just being shorthand and stuff as we go along. If you would like, Brian, are you able to draw a card from the deck?
Okay. Do I have to pick a particular deck?
so
The top one that says spring / or parentheses hearts.
Summer?
No, spring.
The top one for me is summer.
God damn it.
It is also summer.
Well,
It
that's
goes.
stupid. For me,
All right, so
Summer,
spring
I
at the bottom
hid,
for me.
I hid all of them because it was kind of messed up the order when I first loaded it. I hid all of them and then re-showed them in order of the way they should be. Let me try it now. If it doesn't work, then I don't care. We'll just go with the one that it should be. Oh,
Just
that's
tell me
not.
what season to pick from, and then I'll pick from that season.
You can also just only reveal whatever season we're in.
Yeah, okay, fine.
You and your reasonable ideas.
Damn your
it's
logic.
It's the simplest solution.
Well, take yourself and Occam's razor the fuck into your chair because I appreciate that. So, Mr. Brian, I am only showing you the spring deck.
Wow, that's really convenient. Let's go.
Yeah. Remove
now-
that toddler temptation of clicking on other shit and fucking it up on accident.
You
All right, draw
can
one
you-
card. Let's go.
wait before you draw. Oh, you already did it.
I'm sorry, you said to do it, and now you gave me conditions, and I was already
kind of-
done.
I needed to ask, can you click and drag a card from the deck to the tabletop?
I can. It just won't be the one that's in my thing. So
You might be able to drag it off of your thing.
I was able to.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and drag your card that you drew onto the tabletop there.
I have to open my. Hold on, let me minimize this. The one that I drew originally was the 3 of Hearts.
Oh, okay. Then,
That-
let me. I'm just going to recall all and then reshuffle. It is all good. We're all having fun figuring out mechanics and how stuff works. Okay, go ahead and drag it from the deck to the field. That way we can all see it for the sake of funsies.
Am I doing
Yeah.
it again?
Yes, please. And let's make the card area like up here in the upper right.
Sure.
That
It
way
looks like an 8 of Hearts.
we can keep clean, draw around it. That'll just be our discard pile. All right, 8 of Hearts. Now each card has, well, most of them have 2 options. Every once in a while you'll draw a card that has just one option of things that happen. Would you like for me to read the options? Would you like to read them yourself out of the PDF? What would be better for everybody? I do not mind reading them after they're drawn.
You can read them. That's fine.
Okay, and it looks like Goose also posted in chat there, so you'll have a visual reference for the sake of narration. An old piece of machinery is discovered, broken but perhaps repairable. What is it, and what could it be useful for? Or, an old piece of machinery is discovered, cursed and dangerous. How does the community destroy it? Now, when it comes to a piece of machinery, we should, again, as always, consider that this is a medieval world, so it wouldn't be a flying car or anything.
But artificers do exist.
Artificers
So-
do exist, but I would say anything that has to be powered by steam is too advanced, at least yet. For the sake of like the world in general, if we want to set a precedent, let's just keep it to medieval technology. But if you want to be creative, maybe it has like some kind of magical
I can do
effect
that.
or source or something.
Pretty simple.
But yeah, what have you got for us?
It is an ore refinery.
When you define refinery, that sounds like an entire building / process rather than
No,
a single.
it's a single thing. You want a good example?
It's like a kiln or
I
a
can give it to you.
forge.
It's the most amazing thing. When I tell it, you're going to be like, oh, shit, he's right.
I feel like you're saying a lot of words instead of just saying the thing.
It is the clay thing they use to make tamahagane for katanas. You take sand, you put it into the thing, you bake it until it becomes iron or steel, and then you get the dropping of sludge that comes out, and you hammer those things into that. It's how you take mithril and turn it into bars. It's basically a refinery.
It's it's how they used to do copper way back in the day before they actually did
Yep.
anything.
It is super old.
Yeah,
And it's how bronze was done, because bronze is copper and tin mixed together.
yeah, you would.
Well,
you
let's
just-
not
just
get
pot-
into big like history lessons and stuff because the game
come on.
rules do specifically say don't spend a lot of time just narrating. And now that's from like just coming from I love a good history lesson, so please don't take that personally from me. That just has to do with keeping things on a timely basis and not getting off track and stuff. Now, that being said, I'm not doing anything tonight, so if you guys are free for like the remainder of the evening, I don't mind us taking time and chatting and hanging out and doing that. The game recommends not taking tangents and being too descriptive of stuff, so I just want to throw that out there.
No,
But yeah, if you guys are free for the evening, then we can just carry on and we can chat and take tangents and stuff. I'm totally cool with that.
I'm drawing on another screen, so yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, cool. Goose, what are your thoughts? Any limitations on time? Are we good to take
I'm
some
good.
side tangents? All right, cool.
I work nights. Today's an off night. I'm going to be up until 7 a.m. anyway.
Oh, that's perfect. All right, cool. Well, all right. Well, then let's strap in. So I'd just like to reopen the board to the field. Please give me your history lessons then, because I do like to hear them. So when
There
it
you
comes
go.
to the kiln here, well, I'm not going to stop and watch a YouTube video, but I will later.
All right. Every turn, we're going to have a 5-hour documentary. Buckle in, boys.
I got to get my spare seatbelt. This seems like a big one.
All right. So there is I presume, near the source of the mithril vein, there is an old mithril
Smelter.
refinery. Smelter. Ooh, I like that word. Mithril
Yeah,
smelter.
smelter. Mithril smelter. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm putting the words broken next to it. And let's see. What is
Possibly
it?
an
What
old
would it be
workshop or
useful
something.
for? We already know what that would be useful for. Smelting
Smelting.
the mithril that we have a scarcity and resource for. Probably the mine is collapsed right now, but there are like little chunks outside. And then there's the smelter that was found. So this was obviously a place that used to harvest mithril. So we know there's potential, and that's awesome. All right, so on the map, Brian, can you please draw a little thingy? I'm going to move the words mithril vein out of the way, just outside the wall there. And one of those hexes next to the vein, just depict a little smelter for us.
Sure thing.
That's your chance to see something really funny.
I'm not drawing a dick. Like I had to guess what your thought was.
The butthole, but okay.
There, done. I started drawing something. I'm like, oh yeah, I could put a little. Nope, that's gonna look like a dick. Just color it in and go with the day.
Smelters do kind of look phallic.
They do. He's not wrong.
All right, and I don't think that needs to be 40. God damn it, fucking go away.
It's kind of like the time you go to the pumpkin patch celebration in your local hometown, and you realize that your zipper was down the entire day, and some lady tries to tell you, and you're like, "Hey, did you see the monster trucking sign?" She looks at you and smiles, that sweet smile, like, "Oh, honey, I just saw a small Toyota and 2 flat tires."
All right, cool. So we've got the starting. It looks like the Dragonborn of the desert are going to be a very smithy-based community, potentially. Below the shadows of the giant cacti forest on the ridge. Very cool. So then, Mr. Goose, would you like to flip a card and place it on top of Brian's card there in the Discord area?
I would, but also Brian still has half a turn.
Oh, God,
I
I'm
do?
so sorry.
Is
I'm
there
so
a bonus
eager.
action?
There is a bonus action. Your bonus
Woohoo!
actions include discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project.
Okay.
If you open up the reference card handout, it's on there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me just pull that up. I'm so sorry.
It's a good one to have keep popping up and
Reference
minimizing.
card.
It is downloadable in Discord. It is also in the
I did download
handouts
it.
folder.
I have one screen completely open with like Clip Paint Studio, and then the other screen's got the Roll20 up, and Discord's in the background somewhere. Okay, so discover something new, hold a discussion.
Now, just to bear in mind, since you have a smelter but it's broken, a project example is fix the smelter. It's a little
That'll be it.
That's a little bit obvious and plain. I don't want to hinder or force decisions, but that's a perfect example of how to evolve. Like, hey, we found the smelter, it's broken. let's make the action here. Let's start a project with getting that smelter working.
Bingo. I'm just going to lean into this.
So now you should decide about how many weeks you think it would take.
How apocalyptic is this world?
Very.
Geez, I would say a minimum of 6. Probably
Well, what
closer
was-
to 8 or 10.
What was the height of civilization technology-wise, and what is their current level?
Current level is none, and height of technology was medieval fantasy with magic and maybe light artificer influence. So essentially, unless you break the project into phases, like, oh, we have to fix the outer thing, we have to fix the anvil, we have to, if you want to make it multiple projects phases, you can. But for just simplicity, if you just want to say fixing the smelter is going to take the max amount of time, we can just call it 6 and call it good.
Let's say 6 then.
All right.
Yeah, also, it should be somewhat generalized. Every project will have the most amount of hands available doing it.
Yeah.
So it ain't just going to be one person fixing it taking 6 weeks. If you think a small group of 10 to 15 could take shorter, then reasonable time frames for a
Yeah, because it's
medium
not
to
just
largest community.
it is a community. It's not just one dude who's out here like, huh, I got to train the Triceratops to haul the ore. I have to train the Brontosaurus to ride from camp to the smelter in the morning. I have to climb the wall to go and harvest cacti so that we can drink and eat today, etc. Yeah, there's a community. So use them as you will. All right, awesome. So I put on the map there, fixed smelter. You will see that in the course of a turn each week, the counter for each of those projects is going to go down by 1, and card draws can affect it. We'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Goose has drawn the 2 of hearts.
Wait for a flush there.
You can put it on top of the 8. That's fine. It's going to fill up a lot if we...
I tried to, it went behind.
Oh, for me, it went on top. I will bring it to front. That's silly that it went behind for you, but in front for me. I guess you get the fun position in the human centipede. Fuck me.
You?
Yep. Hey, don't start. There's been a lot of ew. Don't shame me and my ewness. All right, so, as Goose has posted there, there's a large body of water on the map. Where is it? What does it look like? Or, there's a giant man-made structure on the map. Where is it? And why is it abandoned?
Josh? You do you.
I have to. I'm lonely and no one wants me. I'm the only one that wants to be done by me these days. Stop making me sad. Moving along. 2 of hearts. Awesome pull. Talk to us, Goose.
Yes.
Temple built into one of the cliff faces.
Ooh.
Ooh, I love that.
Ancient temple. Please go ahead and
I'm refreshing my screen.
define. Okay, cool. Define where that temple is. I'm going to move this little note about the salt flats over here. When that becomes a resource that is more abundant or less or whatever, we'll deal with it later. For now, though,
Okay.
so very far north. Now,
Just to donate, it's religious. I don't care what god it is. It's probably so worn we don't even know what god it is. Why is it
Dragonborn
abandoned?
Jesus.
Apocalypse. That's why it's abandoned.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Huh.
Any ruins found is going to be Reason Apocalypse.
So what game are you gonna play? Just basic D&D?
Yep.
Hmm.
It is, yeah, the most universal. It's the easiest with established things and stuff. Allows everybody involved. Like, we don't have to learn a new system. We know the
I don't know.
races. We know the classes. I do know. It's just going to be D&D.
Uh, oh, at least for the moment. You mind if I try to get in on this? 'Cause this looks interesting as fuck.
um, I will need to do a few things. First of which is to send you a game invitation. And then I'm going to need you to pick a feature to add to the map so that you have fair input.
Yeah, if we need to pause for a second so he can do the thing.
Yeah, it'll
Good.
not be too long, but yeah, it's a good time if you want to go run to the bathroom or something.
But that's
Okay,
exactly what I was
I'm
going to do
gonna-
because I got to piss.
Yeah, I guess I'll stop watching Goose's stream.
Yeah, 'cause
Oh,
you're gonna be
yeah,
in it.
go ahead and close that stream off if you like. Mr. Torafu, I'm going to message you. Cadell, invite link has been sent. Oh, I sent you an invite to the Firefly game as well, so you're going to see two
Yeah, I'm
links
in there.
there. Okay. The most recent link that I just sent is for this game. And there you are.
I'm already in. Yeah.
Perfecto.
Oh God, music. Very loud. One moment. Alright, that's more manageable. Jesus
Oh,
Christ. Every time you go into a new game, the volume
yeah,
setting's all the
no,
way up.
that's poor Goose. That happened to him too when we first started. That's why I'm laughing. It's the first thing I do when I start a new game table is I go over the settings and I turn the volume down.
Yeah, is there a chat that goes with this or no?
What?
A chat.
Oh yeah, there's the Quiet Year has a Discord category and channel, Quiet Year Chat,
Yeah,
and
yeah, I need to
then
try to find it because I don't see it.
uh,
One moment.
all right, I just tagged you in that chat with an
Oh,
@
click on the mention. Add
Yep.
to channel list. Yep, that works.
All right, now you're going to want to scroll up some. Just to,
Dinosaurs. The fuck?
yeah, we've
Eh,
got dinos. Scroll up past the GIFs, and there
Yep,
is
yep.
the Quiet Year PDF, and also a reference card.
PDF. Click. Reference card. Right click save image, I guess?
Yes. You will find that both of those are also handouts in Roll20. By downloading them separate, you can put them on a second monitor. If you use them within as a handout, you can of course double click it to minimize it.
Cool.
All right, so there are two things that you are going to need to do before we progress. Number one is adding a feature to the map. So the features that were added previously was Brian defined this the blue, which is kind of a natural wall formation. The community lives inside where there's like big depression down, kind of a natural rock wall that surrounds this area. Outside of it, you'll see is regular desert. The feature that was added by Goose was the cacti forest, and those are massive cacti. They can be utilized for food and water and are also habitable by creatures that could live in a giant cacti forest.
Well, where's the characters going to start, and where is as far away from them as possible?
So the characters are going to be starting essentially inside this, inside the walls, essentially, is going to be kind of where their
Inside the
civilization will
wall?
grow out. Now,
The wall, the blue?
yes, the brown wall is kind of the outskirts of the desert. I'm going to be playing with this later and doing a map, so assume it's not going to be perfectly circular or hexagonal or etc. This is just for
Gotcha.
the
All
sake
right.
of features on the map here.
I know what I want.
So the feature that I added was the river, the waterfall, and the lake that comes in. Right now, I have it considered to be kind of a hidden oasis that might be discovered later, especially since Goose just put a
fucking church.
ruined temple in the far north, and the smelter is on the bottom right. Chances are that exploration is going to reveal that sooner than later. I'm just going to draw out this river is going to go like out of the desert region and flow in from somewhere. I'm going
Probably
ahead
desert.
and change that layer to the map so that it is not all up in our business. I did a lot of scribbling there. Let's see. Let me select as much of that as I can. Change layer to the map. And the words will be all right. So yeah, this is a purely geographical feature that you will be adding somewhere on this map. To answer your question about what is furthest away from the community, that'll be the brown circle, so in between the brown and the blue. Somewhere. Please don't put it here because this is our discard pile for cards.
I'm gonna put it
Anywhere
right
else.
fucking there.
For some reason, there's a big stone altar that these huge ass fucking playing cards just keep appearing on.
That's a feature,
like-
sir.
It's like one a week. I don't know. It's weird. Obviously, we're blessed by the gambling gods.
The gods must be crazy.
On
We have
this
the
spot,
stupid tower thing.
we shall build a
not
casino.
a tower, a purely geographical feature.
Oh, geographical feature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, bear
What's
in
your
mind, if there is a later on, absolutely throw a
Yeah.
tower out there, but not yet.
Yeah. No. I'm tracking. Geographical feature. So let's go with. I take it this is like a desert environment.
Yes.
Yeah, arid, red rock, mesa, kind of thing.
Let's go with. Let's go with alluvial fans, and throw that. Those are
Say
near
again?
streams. Alluvial fans. You put those. You said there's a stream, right?
Yeah, there's a river on the left side there. Within a hex, draw one of those fans, and while you're drawing it, tell me what the hell an alluvial fan is, because I've never heard of that before.
Look in the chat.
Ah.
Yeah. It's within arid and desert environments, alluvial fans are the mass deposits that streams and waterways deposit into desert areas when the water slows down dramatically, usually because being absorbed into the sand or some other shit.
Oh, okay. So where I've added the river, how about because it should be, well, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want that to be separate from this river?
Let's make it
Do you want
separate.
to add in another one?
Yeah, it just
Or
needs
we
another water
could-
source. That's
We
great.
could change this from a lake
No, it'll
to
be
the
like-
fan.
It'll be like a branch off, like slightly lower elevation down over here creates the
Okay,
alluvial
cool.
fan right here.
Noise.
And maybe there's some rocks there that block it off, so keeping the oasis thing you've been talking about hidden.
Yeah, and since it's a stream and whatnot, so
It could be an underground stream, which is why no one understands where it's coming from.
which is like mountains or whatever that it pops out of, hills, whatever you want.
Insert appropriate bullshit here.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if I'm spelling that right. I'm going purely by phonetics and stuff.
Man.
Because,
Yeah, you got it.
again, I've never heard of it. Okay, cool. So
Don't pay attention to the way I spelled abandoned. I know it's wrong.
I do not chastise other people for their spelling, especially if they have
Then don't chastise
conditions.
yourself.
Well, I'm a
Yeah, right.
perfectionist and have like competed in spelling bees and am undefeated. So that's my own psycho shit.
So there's the actual definition of it. It's
Noise.
a sediment deposited by a stream or river that emerges from a steep slope onto a flatter plane.
Okay, cool.
So it doesn't even have to be that long if we don't want it to be.
Well, I like that where it is. If there's no objections,
Nah, no complaints
that's
from me.
I just want to make
Not that
sure
we get a
that
say in
those-
it.
Oh, that's right.
Which
Yeah,
means-
because it's entirely your turn, so you actually get to say, "Hey, this is what it is. This is my map feature.
All right.
Suck it if you
Which-
don't like it."
Which means this area here is much lower than this area over here.
Yeah, that will imply a downward. Brian,
Like an inner
correct me if
basin.
I'm wrong. You had intended this inner area here. It's not like open and flat. Like there are a bunch of spires and mesas within this area too, right?
Yeah,
Like
I was
canyons and
when it got
stuff
around
there.
to me again. If I ever got a chance to add an additional thing, I was going to put. I had this picture in my mind of the column forest or the forest of spires, and it would
okay.
be just giant rock columns rather than trees. The way that the giant cacti are just outside the wall or just on the wall itself in that southeast, like this inner portion, there would be an inner forest, but none of it's fucking green. It's all just rock spires that go up.
That is super cool. I look forward to that being a thing that is discovered. All right, so with the arrival of the alluvial fan, that is super cool. Thank you for that. What I'm going to need is a resource, a base resource. It can be food, it can be water, it can be like Brian chose mithril, Goose chose dinosaurs, which can be used as beasts of burden and food. They're kind of cattle-esque. I chose salt flats because salt is tasty. Salt can be used for all kinds of stuff. They haven't been yet defined, so that's something that I'll pepper in later. Right now, it's a scarcity. Your resource would also be a scarcity, but that can change over the course of gameplay.
I'm going to tell you right now, if our community communes around a salt flats and we ran into other communities that don't have access to salt, that's going to become like gold. Because
yes.
it's a food preserver.
Oh, yeah.
Tons
of.
Yeah,
it has a bunch of uses for it. I completely agree.
Yeah, fucking.
Right now, it is like we're developing this area, essentially the rebirth of the Dragonborn civilization comes from the community that we are building and playing as now. So we're kind of building out the history of their reconstruction. Yes.
Generic
Let's see here.
base. Simple-ish.
Simple-ish? Okay,
Yes.
so I can't get complicated with it.
Yeah, it should be a base mineral or food
There
type
should be
or something.
very little to no refinement involved in it to be a resource at this specific time.
I don't see one of the main things that an old style community will need, and that is timber. Is there timber on this map yet?
Not really. That would be the giant cacti forest if maybe some of them are harder, more petrified or something. But if you want to if you want to come up with a type of tree or plant, yeah.
No, that's blue. I want green. Hold on.
Desert appropriate. Oh, it's going to be on the tool, not on your name.
Yeah. Great. There we go. Let's have a timber source that follows the river.
Okay, and that's going to be outside of the wall.
Sure.
I like. All right, so I'm just going to draw.
Maybe just a little bit into it. because it follows the river.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Seeds would definitely fall down in there. For reasons to yet be defined, they'll have maybe they grow better up where there's more sand, where down in here it's more rocky or something.
But also, the wall could come after fucking wizards and shit made the wall. So it could be
Ah.
on top of the wall, too.
Gotcha.
Because someone just took that land and said, be up there, bitch.
Be up there, bitch.
All right. So, do you happen
Ooh,
to
God,
know a good like desert style tree that you would call timber off the top of your head, just so we can reference it, or is that something we can? I can research and come back to it later. But
What's that tree that grew in the Sahara Desert and it like went against all odds, actually rooted like hundreds of meters down into water and was able to grow, and some drunk driver in the whole Sahara Desert hit and killed that one tree. The one tree that grew in it.
I have no
But
idea. I would guess
I'm
palm
sure
tree.
Google can tell you. But I was going to say amazing right up until it was unfortunate.
the tree was what kind of tree was that? That was
That's a Google search.
tree of Tenaire. What
Why don't
kind
we call
of
them
tree
Tenaire
was the
trees?
tree of Tenaire?
We'll just honor that. Yeah, that's a name of a tree type now. Tenaire trees. Done.
It was a
It was a Sahara
Akai.
cypress. Yeah.
An Akakai tree.
There was
Specifically,
a
the
lot
umbrella
of
thorn
The
Akakai.
dragonborn that found its name was Tenaire.
there's a lot of
There
over
you go.
talking. Can someone please put the spelling of the tree type into the chat, and I will copy paste it over. And then I like the Dragonborn rediscovering it, calling it
Tenaire, after the person who discovered it.
tree.
The dragonborn's name was Tenaire that discovered it.
Don't Akai say, or I don't even know how to pronounce that. Aren't the berries from that supposed to be like antioxidants or
Super
something?
helpful. Yeah.
I have no idea.
They're the
I
same
don't know
family
anything
as
about it.
blueberries.
Cool.
And
So
I don't
they
like
help
how
with-
they taste.
Oh man, so that means that like wine could be made from it, and
Wine
I
and
love
cactus
it.
juice mixed together, you now have a salad. You have an Akai salad. You could grow some little little beans to like soybeans or something like that. And no, there's totally an environment that could come up from this.
Awesome. All right, so the tree of Tenaire, primarily along the river outside of the wall, explains why it's more of a scarce resource than abundant because of it being harder to get to.
It needs
So-
water.
And it needs water, of which there is little at the moment. But perhaps somebody, like irrigates the oasis into the alluvial fan and then plants their own trees there, and then you have your little tree of Tenaire. That's something that can be like a project later, or if there's a card that is pulled that turns a resource into more abundance, then that can be the explanation. We'll get there.
That's an actual picture of the tree right there.
Nice.
And against all odds, in the middle of a desert, it took root in the water basin hundreds of meters below.
I just love
Yeah,
that
and-
somebody crashed into the one. It's like when they had only
Yeah.
two automotive cars in the entire
In a whole
country,
state,
and they
wrecked
crashed
into
into each other. Are you fucking kidding me, you idiots? Like,
Well, the thing with the tree of
Uh.
Tenaire is it's a historical tree been used by desert navigators for centuries.
which,
Oh yeah, it was
And
old.
then
that's
one
cool,
day
too.
in the fucking 70s or 80s, one drunk fucking bastard jeep into it.
And that's like a Kakai tree right there.
Nice. Those are cool. So that, yeah, very proper
I
for
love
the
that they have
setting and etc.
a medicinal. They have a medicinal berry
Hmm.
in their area there. That's fucking great.
I love that. Yeah. So again, that's what's so cool about this thing. And we've only played, what, 2 cards, but by just saying, hey, the resource I'm adding is a tree, the things that can
Holy
come
shit.
from that tree. Exactly.
I
There
just
are
looked it
ripples.
up. Wood is dense, durable, naturally beautiful hardwood. Gum arabic comes from it. Oral health, sore throat relief, digestive health, anti-inflammatory properties, soil improvement, erosion control. It produces honey from bees, tannins from the bark,
Great. Now
incense
we've
and
got
perfume from
bees.
the resin. Jesus Christ!
It's the super tree.
No, it
Yeah,
is a super
that's a
tree.
fucking that's a fucking tree and a half.
Yeah. So in the handout, I did add the tree itself, marked as a scarcity. As far as the uses from it, that I'm not going to allude to yet because it hasn't been necessarily discovered. But the trees are there in, again, a scarcity. All right, so thank you for taking the break there, getting Torafu caught up with us. We were wanting to discuss just as far as the giant temple there. Um, you're saying it's abandoned simply because of the apocalypse, got covered over, or hasn't been accessed in a while, so it's going to be some erosion there and stuff, I imagine.
I would assume so.
Okay. And there can be a project that is created where the temple gets explored further and like an old world religion comes from it, from like the symbols that can be discerned left over. Um, Maybe somebody finds an ancient bowl and that's a holy relic of sorts, even if it was just like a foot washing bowl. Now it's the bowl of Tanir or whatever. Anyway,
Okay.
that is super cool. All right, so Goose has placed the temple. As far as turns go, as you'll see on the reference card, um, active player draws a card, follows the instructions. Then all of the project dice are reduced by 1. Then the active player takes an action. So I'm going to go here. Oops. I'm going to drop fix smelter, down to 5. Active player takes an action. The actions on your turn are, and this is for Torafu's coming in late, discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project.
Uh,
And
Start a discussion.
Well, it's up to Goose to decide because it's his turn right
Oh,
now. But your turn is coming up next. It'll start with the card draw. We'll get there. But yeah, so
yeah, no
for
worries, no
Goose,
worries.
yeah. So for Goose, what action would you like to take?
discover something new.
And what is this new situation that you would like to draw onto the map for us?
People that discovered the abandoned temple on the way out found some old ruins of a small city around the temple.
So it's now because it's opposite where the smelter area is, it looks like that would be at least pre-apocalypse a pretty significant area of living and worship and stuff. The temple itself is supposed to be huge, so maybe it's even like the remnants of an old religious college or something. Again,
Yeah,
we
there could be
can
like a university city
develop
of some kind or something around it.
and do it like the Vatican or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a
or-
Vatican City with the, obviously St. Peter's Basilica is pretty big, but then the city kind of comes around it.
Yeah, but mostly abandoned, just ruins. Probably mostly foundations, few walls. Who knows what we'll find if it's dug up.
How to make mortar and cement and stuff like that.
All right, so in the notes here, I'm just putting in large ruined temple, then I have an asterisk with small ruins of housing around temple.
Yep, that'll work.
Cool, cool. All right. Save that. And go back into edit because more stuff will be established and discovered. We are going now, with that being Goose's turn. Torafu, if you could please drag on your right-hand side, you'll see the deck there. You can please drag a card onto the field here. I'll bring it to the front, and I will move the card on top of the 2 there. We've got a 3. So you get to choose one of these 2 options. Someone new arrives, who, or 2 of the community's younger members get into a fight. What provoked them? Now, I will make as a note what we have previously discussed when it comes to like someone new arrives. That is an opportunity. This is predominantly a Dragonborn community, but this is where you could bring in like a
A
family
subrace of
of
some kind.
halfling
Lizardmen.
refugees.
So
Like,
it's not like a single person. This is like a potential small group of people.
it could
Right.
be a single person, or it could be like if you wanted to say, like I said, like a group of halfling refugees finds their way through the desert, comes over the wall, finds the community. It's up to you.
Or they find a tunnel through the wall.
The other option is 2 of the community's younger members get into a fight. What provoked them? And that could be something that develops into a law or a religious tenet or et cetera, blah, blah. Social structure could come from that because these
I'm gonna
things
pick someone new
become legend.
arrives,
All right.
and we're gonna say some avian folk came in and flew down and was like, "Hey, what's going on down here?"
Ooh, I like it.
Like Aarakocra?
Yeah, Aarakocra. What do you call them?
I think they're just called Aarakocra.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Aarakocra or Kinkus. But if you wanted to be avian, then Aarakocra.
Yeah, no, I was thinking Aarakocra. You know, the bird clerics and shit that some
Yeah.
people play. Yeah.
It is a K. I was getting thrown up. I was like, isn't that a... I started with a C, and I was like, isn't that a K? Then I went into the compendium and just went AAR. There it is. All right, perfect. Cool. All right, so a group of Aarakocra have arrived. So now you've got access. Now, this is a minor subrace. So I'm going to scroll back up. And, well, I'm going to copy paste so I don't have to retype that. And that's cool. So there are some desert bird people that also inhabit the area. So that'll be nice to utilize. It's funny that the Dragonborn don't fly, but these guys do. Of course, the Dragonborn would just think that they're kind of burly lizard folk. They wouldn't know about any Dragonborn origins. I digress. That is super cool. All right, so Aarakocra have arrived. For the sake of, it might come into general world building history later. This part of the continent is on the southernmost. Directly north would be the darkness, which is where the meteor fell and messed things up, and where there's now evil and corruption and horrific things. Would the Aarakocra have come from the east or the west?
West.
All right, so following the river. Happy fun time.
I rolled for it.
Oh, nice. That's super cool. All right. So now I have that in the notes. We've now got bird people. On your turn, now that you have pulled your card, we've got a project Goes down by a week. Fixing the smelter, coming right along. Would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Your project.
It is not progressing as well as the smelter, I can tell you that.
How is so when I discover something new, like how big or small can it be?
It would be essentially one hex.
So like a hex, and a hex can cover a lot of ground now.
Yep.
For the sake of drawing on the map, it is one
All right, I
hex.
got
It
it.
doesn't
I
have
got
to
it.
be that big or
I
small.
got it. The new Aarakocra spotted it as they were coming in, and there is the ruins of the old pre-apocalypse capital city, way the fuck up here.
All right, so
Or something.
or something.
Or something.
Am I not seeing the drawing?
Way in the north.
Oh,
Very top.
I'm sorry. Maybe I see it.
I don't know. Those
You
are
know-
supposed to be roads that go out in all directions.
You know, the thing that looks like either a spider or an asshole.
I wasn't going for asshole. I'm just going in a circle with roads. You know, like a top-down city view.
Perfect.
And they didn't go there because it's all infested from evil coming down from the north.
Ooh, let me add that note. I'm just going to put contaminated, and that will work for when the dark is further defined. Awesome. All right, so with that, when it was just 2 players and me, I didn't mind taking a turn, but now that we've got 3 players, wondering if I should stay out of it or take a full turn.
No, you can. No. Go ahead. Take a turn.
Yeah, the Quiet itself says this for 2 to 4, but like I said, I played it with 7 and it was just fine.
Yeah, that's insane.
And I still included myself in it because I wanted to have fun too.
I don't know how well that shuffled. We just got 2 and then 3 and then 4. I don't care, but I just shuffled it again. All right, so numero cuatro. What important and basic tools does the community lack? Or where are you storing your food and why is this a risky place to store things? Herm.
It's still me?
No.
It's
Oh,
Sir DM.
that's. Look, oh, okay. Still getting used to how this thing works.
Aren't we all? Hmm. I'm just going to say for now, because it is based in mostly survival, and a lot of efforts have to be made to eat, and we haven't established a major predator threat yet. So I'm going to say weapons and armor are going to be what is lacking.
I mean,
Okay.
no major predator threat. There's dinosaurs right fucking there.
Those are nice, happy. Those are nice and happy dinosaurs that are domesticated like cattle and can be ridden and used as beast and burden and can be eaten.
Oh, okay. Herbivore
Yeah, think of something.
dinosaurs.
Yeah,
So
think
far,
of
we've
something
only
not much bigger than a
established
bison.
herbivores. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah,
let me
the
actually put
Tyrannosaurus
that.
Rex hasn't shown up yet.
Raptors with fucking lasers on it.
That's right.
So I'm just going to very specifically modify the notes herbivore dinosaurs. That way, predatory dinosaurs have not yet been discovered. But they are out there. We know this because if there is prey, there are predators, and we all know and like dinosaurs. So I know are out there, but they haven't been discovered yet. So, community lacks weapons and armor. Of course, when that their smelter starts working again, maybe that'll change. Maybe somebody will find old weapons and armor from the temple. Maybe the Aarakocra can have like simple weapons, and they're like, hey, you guys haven't had to worry about it because you have teeth and claws and scales, but we're soft and feathery, so we had to make armor to protect us, or whatever. Our talons are not like your claws, whatever that might be, to be discovered later. So weapons and armor
Actually, a good question.
are a
I
lack.
don't know.
It is a good question. Alrighty, so
Yeah, they do got a natural weapon. It's 1d6 plus strength.
oh, I know they have talons, but
I just
How
didn't
about
know if the game actually considered it.
ranged weapons. Oh, they did. Oh, yeah. Maybe they have because they can fly and stuff. They're like aerial scouts. Maybe they have rudimentary bows and arrows, which would be new to the Dragonborn because they're all about teeth and claws, and they don't have to worry about getting close because they have tough scales. I digress. I would like to hold a discussion. Everybody
Okay.
gets to weigh in. So the way the hold a discussion turn works is everybody gets essentially one or two sentences, very quick. It's not like a big debate. We're just very
Okay.
quickly going round table, specifying the things and stuff.
I will start my 5-hour dissertation.
Excellent.
Here comes
So
the filibuster.
what my topic is going to be, and I'm going to, yeah, I'll make it a question because then I get to decide and finish it up at the end and play more gods. So, what is the arrangement between the Aarakocra and the Dragonborn when it comes to living together? Are they apart or separate? And on your turn, if it's been established, because it's going to go Brian, Goose, Torafu. So if Brian says they're apart, Goose can say why, Torafu can say how or where or whatever. I'll let you guys be creative, but that is what I'm proposing to the group. The relationship between the Dragonborn and Aarakocra, how much do they integrate or stay separate, even though they're still on friendly terms, they're not confrontational yet, but do they immediately integrate or are they separate but equal?
Okay, I can answer that. Do I go first or?
Yep.
All right. They don't call themselves Dragonborn and Aarakocra. They refer to each other in the friendliest of terms as scale brothers and sisters. And the only difference between them is, are your scales soft and provide flight or hard and provide defense?
Ooh.
That'd be another reason why we don't really have weapons. Don't need them when you have scales.
They see feathers as just
Yeah.
soft scales.
Yeah.
And soft scales let you fly. Hard scales protect you from when things fall.
So they see them as being related, cousins
Distantly,
almost.
but yeah.
Yeah.
Which means that they view birds in a similar fashion.
Like a dinosaur would look at a chicken.
Yes.
Kind of.
And
I
that's
like
the reason
that.
I'm going with this angle, because that's exactly where
So
my
that
thought
would
process
mean
was.
that they do have integrated living, as much as the Dragonborn are very predominant. They are a vast majority of the population, but there are some soft scales peppered in.
Yep.
All right, cool. Goose, what do you have to say about that?
Uh, we can be your eyes, and you can be our armor.
So I'm putting in Avian Scouts, Dragonborn Army, just to kind of round up that phrase.
That works. Gives somewhat more of a relationship to him.
Yeah. Eyes versus protection. Perfect. Awesome. All right. And then Torafu, before you ask, I understand that both or one of them, the two races, maybe they both have cloaca, but they're not able to breed because then they would make actual dragons, and we're not going
I
there.
was
So
actually going to fucking go there,
too bad.
but not in the way that you were thinking.
I just knew that you probably wanted a reason to draw a dick on the board, and my answer would be like,
No,
well, they
no, no,
probably
no,
have
no.
cloaca, but anyway.
I was going to go there because of what Brian said.
You show me your Kalawaka, and I'll show you mine.
No, I was going to go that not only have they integrated into society, they've integrated familially as well, and are trying to find magical means in order for couples to provide an offspring.
Ah,
I
so
like that. There's a quest.
cannot reproduce
Yet.
with each other,
I would like to.
but
But since both
have
lay
romance.
eggs, they're trying to find ways to do it.
Yeah. Um, I don't know if it's established if Dragonborn have eggs, but I think it makes sense that they would. So we'll just say that in this world they do. That's awesome.
Done.
Both lay eggs, and that builds on that distant cousins of sorts. So a common ancestor between the two. That's
a quick
awesome.
a quick Google search. Yes, in most D&D 5e settings, Dragonborn females lay eggs.
Cool. And I don't mind changing some little lore things for our world because we can. It's all made up shit anyway.
It's all our
so
world.
yeah.
Right.
That is awesome. So I love that we have created this aspect of this world. I've never heard of that before in any setting, any fiction, anything, with the birds and the lizards finding a way to mate because they do have that common enough DNA. And yeah, finding a means, whether it's a biological or like maybe on the night of the wedding, the bride has to apply a salve from the acai tree to allow for the sperm to pass through, and then the two can merge or something like that. Like it can be a
Oh, and what if
natural.
it's even further? So it does exactly what you're talking about with the salve and the thing. But what if they have to roll? It's kind of like a dice. Like I might give birth to a dragonborn, or I might give birth to an Aarakocra, but currently there's been no half breed. And then you find out which person's, genetics were stronger.
Okay,
But also, this could just be a project.
Well, that
Oh,
would
totally
be
could.
the project to discover that. So yeah, that's how. When it comes back to me, I will wrap it up with approving that natural solution
If I have a can, if I have
born
a vet can, I'm
either
doing that.
avian or reptilian. No half. I don't want to say half breed. That sounds kind of racist. I'm just going to say half species.
It's
There
better
you
than
go.
putting mongrel. So
Um,
whatever you put down, it's better than that.
Half breed isn't racist. It's an half breed.
requires project. It has connotations. We all, as
Isn't that right, my little mutt? Yeah.
well. All right, cool. All right, so that is going to end
No.
my turn. It is now Brian's turn to draw a card.
All right. We're still going from the spring deck?
We are until it runs out.
Okay, so we do the spring deck until it runs out, and then
Well, how many cards are in the spring deck?
All of them. Then we go to because the spring
Summer
deck is
deck?
hearts, summer deck is diamonds.
This deck of cards, if it's like the normal deck of cards in Roll20, it doesn't run out.
I have already taken care of that.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, you can draw forever.
3 a.m. in the morning, we're like,
There is a
when's this thing gonna
box to
fucking end?
check to have it draw
Yeah.
forever, and I made sure it wasn't checked. Also, we would see
Okay.
we've already had that result. So yeah, Brian, you're up. Go ahead and pull a card.
So 52 draws. Okay.
So just whoop.
Yeah, it is a year.
Looks like that's a 9.
The 9 of hearts. So there are 2 options.
Thank you, Goose.
A charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. What is it, and who joins her endeavors? Start a project to reflect. The start a project to reflect is in bold, so you get a free project to begin that has to do with that elaborate scheme. Or a charismatic young girl tries to tempt many into sinful or dangerous activity. Why does she do
Ooh.
this, and how does the community respond?
So she's a bitch.
Could go either way. She could be the one
The
who's like,
Dragonborn Karen.
she could be like, I want to figure out how to mate with my husband. Or, I mean, because we were just talking about that. So you could start a project for free right now that begins to resolve that issue. Or, yeah, you take the other route of the sinful or dangerous activity. But it's your turn. You get to choose, sir.
I'm going to go with elaborate scheme. I'm absolutely going to lean into your advice. I love the idea of romantic intentions, as well intended as they probably are, leading to some potentially dangerous outcomes. And the project to reflect is to how to move forward safely with this plot, because some of the things they tried to do maybe didn't kill anybody, but hurt or potentially maimed someone permanently.
Ooh.
Like, imagine putting on a salve that caused enough damage that healing, like, you're not going to be able to grow your dick back like that. I'm just saying. You can still pee. We can figure that out, but it's never good. You know.
I'm sorry, we don't have a powerful enough cleric to regenerate that appendage.
Yeah, all of our clerics are PG-13. So unless the problem's on your arm or your leg or somewhere up near your thigh, we can't help you. That's the no-no land for the R cleric.
All right. So there's probably an avian woman, flew her man up into the trees. They started banging in the tree. Somehow some berries got squished. Things happened, and they said, hey, wait a minute. Anyway. All right,
that burns.
cool.
Oh, don't rub the acai berry there, you know.
It burns in a good way.
That's fucking funny.
That's awesome.
How the-
All right, so
What is your project?
I
The
just
project
put
is
reproduction solution.
reproduction solution. And if you ever want to make a sub-project to it later, you could always put discovers that some of the solutions might make good marital aids.
Increases vigor as well as fulfills intent of reproduction. Much virility.
The same way that blood pressure medication turned out to be something incredibly different for Viagra.
All right,
And
so
because of how the game order thinks, I think that project also goes down by 1.
Well, technically, yeah, I guess there would be a freebie week off of it, huh? All right, I'll drop that down to 5. And then the smelter right now is going to go down to 3. That's chugging along nicely. Senor Brian, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
I would like to discover something new. And it is a tunnel. I'm just going to draw a simple line for the tunnel. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Weird. Maybe I have to freehand it. All right, maybe. The line tool is not working, so let me just change this over to the freehand option. Weird, but whatever.
And I will
I'd like to
move the
put it-
word tunnel to wherever you put that.
There. They found a tunnel to lead to the outside of the wall to the forest for the giant cacti.
Easier access to the cacti forest. Awesome.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel. Yes, I absolutely was thinking of that exact statement.
That's awesome. That will make access to that easier.
You could say it was a back door.
I'm not going to allude to anything.
soda.
Well, then don't
Well, I
check
mean-
out the gifts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I am a huge fan of
Oh
the
my
Naked
God.
Gun series. I think they did a really great job with the new Naked Gun movie. If you haven't seen that, it is worth it.
Seen that, and I still want to.
It's great. It really is worth the effort. And I was very skeptical at first because Leslie Nielsen is one of my favorite people of ever. So everything he's ever been in and done. I've watched the Naked Gun movies. I watched the episodes of the short-lived Police Squad show. I even liked him in Dracula Dead and Loving It, which is probably Mel
Yes,
Brooks'
was
most
absolutely-
underappreciated movie.
Hilarious movie.
But yeah, anyway, I digress. I'm not going to take a tangent there because we'll be here all day and night. But yes, great reference there. Always practice safe sex, full body condom. All right, so we've got a sweet tunnel leading up to the cacti forest. Because this is south, I'll probably have the forest eventually lead out. Like there's probably going to be ocean over there eventually, which none of the denizens are going to know about. I don't think that's even going to come up for the community unless a card requires it. But yeah, there's likely ocean beyond that, far and away. I digress. Very cool. Projects have dinged down. Action was taken. Mr. Goose, it is your draw.
I got the ace.
The ace. All right. What group has the highest status in the community? What must people do to gain inclusion in this group? Or are there distinct family units in the community? If so, what family structures are common?
Hmm.
They're denobulant. Everyone's poly.
Well,
Some kind of leadership. And they'll have the same kind of entrance requirements as some of the Indian tribes, I think. Like rites of passages.
patriarchal, avuncular. What are you thinking?
Rites.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter, male, female, doesn't matter the race. But like how Crazy Horse, like have to touch an enemy and let him live to steal a horse, and lead a successful war band. Like some successful rites have to be done, and then you can have into this governist.
All right.
Maybe you have to tame your own dinosaur.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I'll have to
I
either think of it
have
or
the biggest
come up with-
Triceratops. Now I am the master. Now
we'll either
that
have to
can
come up with
lead
it together or
into
whatnot.
as far as the development of a government style. Does that mean that there is a tribal chief of sorts through that rite of passage? Like it's not passed down by blood, but it has to be earned. Like when
Ooh, a
one chief
meritocracy.
dies, a new chief comes.
I was
I was
thinking
think-
avuncular, but yeah, that's cool.
I was thinking more of like a council kind of thing, and to get on the council, you have to do these.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Like everyone can have a seat at the Republic, but you have to qualify for the Republic.
All right. So Elder Council spot is earned.
Not hereditary. I like that. Meritocracy. Do good shit, earn good
Awesome.
prizes.
I love that we are developing this further. All right. So then I've got that listed into the notes there. I am now going to ding down time on projects. Smelter is now down to 2, which is awesome. Moving right along with that. Reproduction solution is at 4. Mr. Goose, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Start a project. People have decided that this area has what they want and what they need. So instead of living in these tents, whatever, we're actually going to build a fucking town.
All right. Go ahead and draw for me where that new central hub of avian and dragonborn life begins to flourish. And I will just put town center. But I'm just putting the words here. You get to select on the map where that's going to be.
I was thinking this X.
All right.
Get close to the smelter, close to the tunnel, close to the cacti forest via tunnel.
Yeah, and that was
All
kind
right.
of how you were viewing, or at least Josh, that's how you were viewing where they were kind of setting up for the community to start from.
I just copy pasted your little abandoned temple buildings there and put them right there for the
I mean, that
start of Town Center Foundation.
And we'll say 6 weeks project. Basic.
All right.
And
More
I think
permanence rather than
we
being...
have somewhat of a lack of building resources.
There is. So yes, it will take a long time. But there is a lot of sand, and I guess there would also be probably clay or rock that can be fastened into like bricks or something. Like adobe huts can be developed. That's a thing. Like, desert housing has evolved. Like that's something we have examples of. So definitely works. Is a perfect thing. Awesome. All right. That will bring us then to Mr. Torafu.
I'll card first, right?
Please and thank you.
Queen of Hearts.
Ooh, it's a lady.
What's the most beautiful thing in this area, or what's the most hideous thing in this area?
That's cool.
Huh.
And I would say it probably doesn't necessarily have to be on the board yet.
It would be, well, yeah, I guess you could put a new thing on the board. Just say, hey, we discovered this awesome thing or this terrifying thing.
I know what I would make it.
What would you make it?
The forest of columns or something like that, like in the center of the map.
Could be the oasis in the fan.
Yeah, I'd stick it right at the edge of the fan and make it the forest of columns, but it could be something completely different. That's just my idea.
Well, I'm saying it could be like those things, or like the waterfall itself, or on the side of horror.
Yeah.
I don't know. The maybe the forest
Board's
of
wide open.
spires is terrific. Yeah, it's wide open. Yeah, I would say it can be something there, or you can add a new thing.
Beautiful or hideous? And the area outside the blue is desert, right?
Yes, sir. And there'll be some rock formations, mesas, and stuff out there. It'll be less prominent than inside the blue.
I got it. Sand is in the desert, so sand's made into glass. So in this area here, let's say I'm gonna go with hideous. I'm gonna go with let's say like right about here. Oh, that's not the. There it is, freehand. Right in this area somewhere is going to be the Glass Valley, the center of a massive crater that was once a city, now fused in a valley of strange, sharp glass by a magical cataclysm.
Love it.
That's awesome. And
The
dangerous.
glass emits a unnerving hum and reflects distort anyone that looks into it. So it's supposed to be hideous, right?
Oh yeah. Cool. So I've put in the notes here: former habitable area, distorts vision, and hums. And then
When you look into the glass, your vision is distorted. Like just sharp spires of glass of various sizes. Yeah. More like, short the glass.
So
There you
that's
go.
like the houses that were there, like melted and smoothed to become those spikes. So some of the spikes are like, is that like a doorway?
Is
It
that
used
what
to
a
be.
skeleton of a person? Like a magical cataclysm, right? Of some sort.
Um, Let me add to the notes here, because that is a cool thing. I'm just going to put magical residue, and then that can be further defined in game with things and stuff. Should the party, when we get to the D&D side, explore that further. Awesome. Oh, I didn't put in parentheses hideous.
Yeah, hideous. Like it is not pleasant to be there.
Well, now we have a source for the boogeyman. All right, awesome. So, with that, oh, I got to make sure the projects go down by 1. So reproduction is at 3. Smelter is at 1. Town center will go down to 5. All right, Mr. Torafu, do you want to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Excuse me. Hold the discussion. And that discussion, do I choose a topic?
Yes, you can either make a flat out statement, which means you will make the declaration. Each of us in turn can say 1 or 2 sentences to build onto it, and then it's done. If you ask a question, once the other 3 of us have responded, you then make a final declaration to kind of sum it up. So a question
All
will
right.
come back to you. A
I'll make
declaration
a
is just a
statement.
statement, and then we build
Yeah, I'll
upon
make a
it.
statement. A dwelling of evil desert naga become the enemy of the people that live here.
All right. Let me put into the notes here. I'm just putting Desert Naga, enemy of the people. We'll see how that builds. My statement is going to be that they dwell in the city ruins that you had previously established up north. Next one up, Mr. Bryan. What would you like to add to that?
The Naga thing?
Yep.
Okay, and you put them up in the ruins by the temple?
North of there, yes. Because that is on the border with the dark, the corruption that seeps out. So because they're
Okay,
evil icky Naga that are adversarial. Yeah.
are we
And
talking here, or are we talking up in the city ruins?
city ruins, not temple.
Got it. They make use of the partially collapsed tunnel network in the wall to move around. They know all the ins and outs of the tunnels in the northern section.
All right.
So what
putting
might
that-
be roads may go into tunnels very quickly and become ways to get through the wall.
All right. So I put no secret entrances through walls. And walls I'm putting in air quotes because it's natural formations, not built.
Yeah. I mean, some of them might be built, some of them are probably natural. Maybe a combination of the two.
All right. And Mr. Goose, what would you like to say about the Naga?
They should be avoided at all.
What's that?
They should be avoided at all cost.
Oh, they have been established as an enemy of the people.
Ah.
That is, yeah, kind of inherent in their creation. Is there something specific about their threat, like they're cannibalistic, or they use blood magic, or something like that, or
Fucking Maho.
Fucking Maho.
kidnap children for sacrificial rites? I don't know. What have you got?
How about they still have scales like we do. Perhaps one day we could save them.
So I'm going to put in the notes as it relates to the dark and how that infests and stuff. Possible relation prior to contamination. And I'll put in air quotes or in parentheses here. Reptilian scaled forms. All right, awesome. And I'm going to adjust that. Home of the Naga. I'm just adjusting the tag for the city ruins there. Perfecto. That's pretty sweet. All right, so I believe that comes round to be my turn to draw a card. And I got 10. There's another community somewhere on the map. Where are they and what sets them apart? Or what belief or practice helps to unify your community? So there have been already a fair amount of additions community-wise as far as other living, breathing things. It's not particularly threat-based. So I think that I am going to open the door into whatever religious structure might exist and say that the now unified community of Dragonborn and Aarakocra, and I'll make it part of my turn for the discussion. I'm going to choose discussion, and it's going to be about the early development of the religion. So we'll actually elaborate on that. But it's going to be something core that is interpreted from the abandoned temple there. So rather than that requiring a project, that's just going to be a natural development of artifacts or mosaics or something found.
You have Mario Brothers in the background?
That's the song that's on now.
That's cool.
So don't worry. Whenever I first joined the call, it was Skyrim heavy metal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it was, but it was heavy metal and it was loud as fuck.
Yeah, that was the Skyrim stuff.
Yeah, this playlist is video game themes or music from video games that are metal covers.
Yeah.
If you guys get tired of it, the other playlist I have on here is the Baldur's Gate soundtrack, so I can switch to that if you like.
I like Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, well, me too. But the metal kind of intensifies stuff and puts an edge on it, and it's like grr, so good
Got your edge right here.
inspirational.
Yeah.
All right, so belief or practice helps to unify. So really, everyone is going to come to the conclusion that the abandoned temple, the houses that were, like they found the dwellings nearby, it was an important thing, and the temple is huge. Like the temple, by the description when Goose put it out there, the temple is the main feature, not the dwellings. So the conclusion from the community is going to be, that used to be a big deal. We should take it seriously. And when it comes up here shortly, we'll all get into defining that further. Projects are going to mark down. Oh, reproduction is going there. The smelter is now fixed. I'm actually just going to delete that off of there and go up to the project of the smelter if I can find it. Smelter is working. So now the community will have full access to Mithril in the creative ways you guys decide it will come about. Town center is still being developed down there. That will drop to 4. All right, so my turn action is going to be opening the discussion. My question is, what artifact or mural or whatever, like what inspires, what is the first thing that inspires the core tenets of the belief? Because they're working off of ruins. And then as kind of a sub-question, you guys are welcome to define either other artifacts that build onto that belief or further tenets that come from that. That can include whether it is like monotheistic, if it is non-theistic, like maybe there's a desert god, maybe they see something that depicts a pantheon, or maybe they see a lack of evidence of like a central force. Maybe they worship the sun, or maybe they find examples of togetherness or meditation or something like that. Wide open. Brian, you actually get to take the ball and run with that, as you are first in rotation. And it is your
fucking idea.
it is your dragonborn people as well, so you get to kind of establish a big deal, like what is the main feature, and then Goose and Torafu will build on that, and I'll kind of bring it together.
Okay. So I was looking at your handouts,
Mhm.
and
Good idea.
let's see here. Where was it? base resources. Going down to desert again. Nope, that's highlands. Sorry.
Oh, and those are
Excuse me.
just suggestions, examples. Like if you guys are looking for ideas for stuff, feel free to tweak any of that as much as you like. None of that is in stone. It is all purely suggestive.
Yeah, but
For the
I
record.
like it as a basis. It's nothing about it. I'm like, oh, that's fucking dope.
Yeah.
The worship of the sun is the core tenet of the belief.
All
After
right.
they found the first sunstone in the temple. And that
All right.
it could capture, because it's said to be an enchanted thing. Like it can capture solar energy, and then it's the only thing they also have to currently defend the burgeoning town center, because that device from the elders who control it can make it direct sun out of the crystal as a means to protect themselves from things. They figured it out, luckily, without murdering anyone. And
Ooh.
there are stories of spirits that carry the sun's will, and that might be what they refer to as the jinn. But hard to say. That part's a little still up in the air, skeptical for historians to figure out. But it's the absolute worship of the sun, because they found the sunstone that could capture the sun's power. And if they find more of them, they could eventually become things that heat homes, create furnace work. They found that they can focus it enough that they can melt the smelter metal with it. And just
Ooh.
so the sun worship is the core tenet.
I really like that. I also like the creation into the world of sunstones. It can be an incredibly rare thing to find in the desert, but when it is found, you're like, oh shit, this is a valuable thing. And maybe above the table, maybe the sunstone is like a diamond or special gem or something. Maybe it's totally unique to this world. Maybe it is a mixture of sand turned to glass, hinting
I
at
think
the
it's a
Glass
reflection.
Valley.
I was always a big fan of the spell. It was level 8 when I remember seeing it in the editions of D&D, because I haven't seen it recently, called Glass Steel, which basically just took crystals and made them hard as steel, so you could carve something out of crystal, enchant it with glass steel, and then it would effectively work like a steel weapon.
Oh, interesting.
It was in 3rd
Yeah,
edition and
that's
prior, so you might have to look up Glass Steel, D&D spell.
it is not in the 5e compendium, so that is something. Yeah, I might have to look further externally, but I like it.
So when I saw the Sunstone thing, I'm like, oh, this is a chance to bring back Glass Steel. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah. All right. So with that, Goose, how would you like to build onto that?
Good question. How about whoever finds one in the desert is considered somewhat blessed by whatever the sun god.
Now, does that tie into the tribal council structure, or is that separate?
I mean, it can. Doesn't have to. They could just be purely religious.
Maybe
Okay.
that's one of the accepted things you can do in order to earn the chance to apply.
I will ponder
Bring
that
back a Sunstone.
because yeah, it'll come back round. We'll see what Torafu might have
Yes.
to build on that. But I like the idea of those who find it are meant to find it. It's not a random thing. If you find a sunstone, you are meant to find and possess that. Fated, if
Yeah.
you will.
The stuff I put in the Discord is all just random ideas that I had ChatGPT expand on for me. So
Oh,
like it
love
doesn't
it.
have to be. It's not set in stone.
The meditation of the claw and wing.
I'm sure it probably will change and probably not be the same by the time we're done with this.
I'm going to tweak the religion aspect a little bit.
Go for it, buddy.
And so the sun is the main aspect, but there's two gods that hold the sun up as pillars that are also very much worshipped. The Lord of the North Winds, metallic dragon of Bahamut, which were originally worshipped by the Dragonborn, and the Queen of Air, Akati, who is the goddess of elemental air, speed, and flying creatures, originally worshipped by the Aarakocra.
Mm.
Both are pillars
Wow, I love it.
that hold up the sun.
Nice.
I love it so much.
That is really cool. I love that ties together the two species and yeah, brings a full circle. A cool thing for them to find at the temple and kind of develop, like to discern and interpret something there that says, hey, we are together represented and in pairs hold up the sun. Oh, that's super
Oh,
cool.
would it be too much to add one tiny thing to the sunstone? One tiny thing, and you can always veto it, but I'd love to add it, and you may think it's cool.
Typically,
I really,
yes, it's a bit much,
it's
but I
cosmetic.
still want to hear it.
Okay, it's purely cosmetic. Maybe the sunstone they found was two pieces of sunstone rather than one, and one was shaped in the form of a dragon, and one was shaped in a bird. And they've developed the concept of Bahamut and the Akkadi, was it? From anything else they found related wise to support that concept of in a solar temple with sun motifs everywhere, that these two creatures were found and they must be the supporting creatures that make the sun possible.
It also ties into it, like, not only does it reference the species, but it references the Lord of Winds and Queen of Air.
Yep. So they're sunstone statues carved as a dragon, which of course could be Bahamut, and carved as a bird, which of course could be Akkadi.
Very cool.
I didn't think it was too over the top, but I thought like this could be a really cool thing.
I agree. Um, I think to wrap it up, um, I think I will. My final word will be kind of like the two pillars of worship, the two pillars of society will be the religion and the council. So there's a separation of church and state, but there's no animosity. It's cooperative, at least for now. Because things and stuff might happen later where you guys might be like, oh, a religious zealot tries to take over and make it a theocracy. And maybe it sticks, maybe it doesn't. But for the original creation thereof, it was integrated but kept separate from governance.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Super cool. Alrighty then. Well, that is going to wrap up my turn. Did I tick down? I don't think I ticked down the town center, as that was one behind the reproduction solution. All right, so now, because I got all excited about the smelter being completed.
Me too.
All right, awesome. That means that Mr. Brian, you are next up for a card draw, sir. Or not. Mr. Brian,
I'm sorry. What?
you are up to draw a card. It is your turn.
Oh God, I'm so dumb. I thought it was someone else's. My bad. I'm so sorry. Let me minimize base resources. I was reading something. All right. So Queen of Hearts.
That's a jack.
Oh, it's a Jack. Well, Jack looks like a queen.
Sometimes they do.
In this day and age, you can never tell.
Mhm.
All right. You see a good omen. What is it? Or you see a bad omen. What is it? That's awesome to follow up with the religious stuff that we just established. That was not on purpose, but I like how that falls into maybe, maybe not. Anyway, yeah, good or bad omen. And elaborate, please.
Mhm. The person who found the temple and the sunstone, or the person who found the sunstones. That's it. Here's the good omen. Was wed to one of the Aarakocra, and their child, while dragonborn, had wings.
We have not yet gotten to a reproduction solution.
Oh, are we still working on that?
Yes.
Balls! All right, hold on.
Also, I do want to avoid. I really, really like that when they reproduce, it's one or the other instead of
Yeah,
having
that's what it was still
dragon
going to be a
people.
dragonborn. It was just going to be a dragonborn with dragon wings. It's just they popped out.
Yeah, alas, the people have not yet found a way to procreate together.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Um, they found a spear made of sunstone, considered a holy weapon.
All right, and what is the. So, what comes with that as far as it being an omen, whether it's good or bad? Does it suggest that they have a means of defense, perhaps against the Naga or other threats? Is it an omen that war is on the
Where they
horizon?
found the it tells them about the Naga somewhere. That in history, the Naga existed like a mural on a wall, and you can see the people on the mural holding the sunstone spear, facing off against the Naga in the painting on the mural. And there's a beam coming from this in the painting to burn one of the Naga completely.
Okay.
So they have a means to fight the Naga. They know that there was an enemy. They don't know if it's they don't know if they still exist necessarily, but they know that at some point in history there was a snake-like serpent creature that attacked them, and this fell apart. Now, obviously, the picture depicts the Dragonborn versus the Naga.
Okay. Something serpentine. Um,
Yeah.
so that comes back to The community at this time does lack weapons and armor. However, there's now access to mithril because the smelter's working. So it
Mhm.
might be, well, I don't know if you want to start a project, for example, like the development of weapons. Sunstone is going to be incredibly rare.
Oh, super.
Um, but
I
with
would
that
like to
being
do the
said, like if
project.
they're blessed, maybe they're blessed to be a defender and a warrior.
Or does
like
it say
they
I can
could
do a project?
maybe
Or
do that.
I'm sorry, is that like a thing I can do with the action?
Yes. Now that you've established the omen with the spear, after I tick down the existing projects, so reproduction is almost done, and the town center is also close to being done. Those
They'll
are
put on
the
a
only projects on the field. So yes.
weapon and armor development.
All right. Let me get some text. And how many weeks?
I'm going to say at the very minimum 6. If that's the most we can do, then just make it the maximum.
All right. Unless we want to split it up into a focus on just armor or just weapons, I think it's fine to say both can fit into that and be 6. That's cool.
I'll let Goose or whoever want to chime in afterwards. I don't know if that's how it works, but that's what I would let them decide if they want to
When
split
it
it up or keep it the same.
when it comes to developing a project, that's all yours. It is not negotiable. Somebody might, pull a card or have something that applies to it. There could even be
That's
a
fair.
discussion about it, like getting into the specifics of what, like, do you only use ranged weapons or only use hand to hand, or is the armor mithril? Is it made out of cactus? I'm assuming it's mithril. Those are silly but possible examples. Anyway,
I don't know. I kind of like the cactus idea.
a dragonborn would look really silly with a cactus helmet. That's all I'm gonna say.
Give me a hug.
Not wrong. He's drunk. How do you know? He's wearing
But
cacti. Oh, well,
maybe
that does
that's
it. Yeah.
the inspiration for, like, maybe the mithril has like spines in the joints or something that, you know, if somebody does get too close and gets huggy, they get spines. Anyway, I digress.
Because
That
of the
is
scales. Because
going
scales
to.
protect the dragonborn, they decorate with just spines everywhere because it doesn't poke them.
All right.
That's
So
funny.
then that brings us to Mr. Goose.
Draw. King.
A young boy starts digging in the ground and discovers something unexpected. What is it? Or an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done?
Uh, Boy starts digging in the ground. While his parents are in the temple, he's in the little abandoned buildings next to it, and he finds a basement that has old books.
Ooh. So let's see.
It's been one hell of a sealed basement. Still have books.
Scrolls, whatnot.
I have a question for you.
Possible answer.
It is, to my view, and it's your discovery, so I'll give you full purview to say, but I think it would be intriguing if those ancient writings were not in a familiar language to the Dragonborn of Aarakocra. I am curious
Sure.
as to what language those things might be in, but maybe they are
American
a
English.
primitive. Well, that's not likely.
Dun-dun-dun.
Maybe it is like runes that are related to their language, something more primitive or different. Like over time, things evolved, of course. Um, Now, this could be a way to establish that, for example, the in this world, the celestial language is something that the Dragonborn tongue is derivative of, or. I will leave that open for you to determine, but because it is specifically a basement with ancient writings, I do need to know what the form of writing is.
How about, since we have the idea of the elves and dwarves being the bad peoples, it's in Elvish.
Ooh.
And it was a language forgotten on purpose.
So then these writings have not yet been translated, but you found a storehouse which will help to build upon the religion and more specific tenets potentially down the road. Or maybe it takes like somebody traveling elsewhere to meet elves if they survive in some form or fashion. That is yet to be determined. But elves would be like, yeah, we can read that. It says, the dog jumped over the fence. All right, cool. I've got basement discovered, ancient writings, elvish. Perfect. All right, and I have marked down.
Elvish nudie mags.
It's all porn.
It's just the Karma Sutra.
Lying among them a copy of In Defense of Honor. Hey, what the fuck is this? Anyway, the projects have been knocked down. Now they have mastered the ability to fulfill their romance and relationships. They are now able to safely procreate between the Dragonborn and Aarakocra. Hooray for them. Blessed
And now we're
be
going to
the
have a
mighty
population
tree.
boom.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good. I'm pretty sure we're on the final cycle of spring, so that's appropriate, I think. All right, so then,
You're the one
Mr.
that left the toy
Goose,
outside, buddy. I'm sorry.
would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Start a project.
Ooh, please elaborate.
I'm going to reopen the Rocky Desert Mesa thing so I can look at our stuff.
I just saved it.
Ah.
We need to find some silica.
I
That glass sand stuff.
mean, there's the Glass Valley to the east.
It is horrific and scary, and the boogeyman lives there.
I'm going to start a project to turn the giant cacti into usable lumber. So we don't have to travel so far and ruin our medicinal reproduction trees.
Ah.
Say 3 weeks.
All right. I now have underneath the words of giant cacti forest, we've got cacti to lumber. Going to edit. That's putting project in parentheses, cacti into lumber. So that'll probably involve sun drying them and then turning them into like curved tiles, and like flat sides can be pressed and dried into like planks and stuff like that. I'm not a lumberjack. Sleep all night and I work all day. That is awesome. The great Cacti to Lumber project has begun. All right. Mr. Torafu. Would you do me a favor and draw a card?
Yeah, I was just looking at the kinds of cactus that give wood, like Seguro cactus and whatnot. It's not really wood, more than a woody internal support structure that remains after the plant dies.
Yep.
It's interesting. Drawing a card.
Well, there's a will, there's a way.
It's the heart. That is, are there children in your community? If there are, what is their role in the community? Or, how old are the eldest members of the community? What special needs do they have? Huh.
Ooh, I like that. Special position for youth or elderly. We have established that the two species both lay eggs and they can now reproduce. So we know that there are children that exist and they'll be breeding.
Uh-huh.
So that kind of answers that half, but either way, yeah. Continue as you will.
I'm going to go with how old are the eldest members of the community and what special needs do they have?
Nice, senior care.
With no real natural predators other than the Naga to the north,
Don't worry, I'm fixing
we're going to
that, but
go with
continue.
that they're... Huh?
Nothing. Continue.
We're going to go with that they're actually pretty fucking old. Because, you know, peaceful life, desert living, fairly nutritious, you know, fruits and cacti, vegetables, and meat.
Hmm.
So,
Dinosaur meat is plentiful.
yeah, they'll need, your typical elderly care. As their bodies wind down and whatnot.
A great sleep.
Right?
So then the elderly, they're not made to like take a great walk and get exiled from the community or anything. They don't have to go through
No.
the Adderstoop. It is very honorable, yes, to complete the Adderstoop. That's from Norseman.
He's so old, he took it twice. He's
They
still
make
back. We don't know.
the old people jump off a cliff, and then a few of them are
Like
like,
the old
"I don't think I'm going
the
to do
old the old
I'm good."
dragonborns don't have the eyesight. You know, they get cataracts and whatnot, and their scales go. You know,
Hell.
their color is dull, and the Aarakocra when they get old, they're yeah, you know, they
They
can't
molt.
quite fly.
Yeah.
You know, so they end up landborn.
So
So they need
I
I
so they
actually
presume
see.
then that the
Yeah.
elderly would be appreciated and honored and taken care of at the end of their life.
yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is resources have to be set aside to care for them specifically.
Like a retirement plan. You work for the community most of your life, and then at a certain point, you get to retire. And some people probably hate retirement because they want to keep working for the community and helping, but at a certain point, someone's going to like, look, Bob, you're too old. I'm just saying.
You're going to the old lady tent. Now you'll be
Going to the old
catered.
lady tent,
All right, cool.
All right. It also
Oh, I got
brings.
it. The pale scale tent.
the pale scale tent.
It also brings into a thought that Dragonborn lived to around 80, and Aarakocra only lived to around 30.
Yeah. So it's not uncommon for for cross marrying people to have fucking more than one Aarakocra wife in their lifetime.
Yeah, not entirely possible.
Well, let's explore polygamy in
No. I just
another.
mean one dies and then you get another one again. Like, that's not polygamy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's called
that's not
widowing.
polygamy at all. That's called being a widower.
And just so we're clear, let's be careful about distinguishing between polygamy and polyamory.
I think the greater concern is I think that we should compromise that because Torafu did specifically say that there would be long lifespans. There's a lack of predation and such. So I'm going to say that their lifespans are going to be closer together for the sake of two. You don't have creepy old dragonborn men preying on young Aarakocra,
What if they
even
figured
though
out a way
by
to
the
make
numbers,
Aarakocra lifespans 80?
yeah, essentially through the way of the general care being provided and the lifespans, and after enough time of interbreeding, like an Aarakocra born to a Dragonborn might carry DNA that helps it have a longer life, even though it physically outwardly represents, pardon, an Aarakocra. They inherently just are a little bit more robust, resist aging and disease and stuff better. So we'll just say in a compromise that their lifespans have over time have or will evolve to be relatively equal. So that is cool and that is good. So that will take
That's not what
care
I
of,
said at all.
well, God fiat says. Anyway, so we have, yes, the elders, general care is provided, resources are spent to accommodate. So elders are respected, stay in the community. So then, upon thy turn, Mr. Torafu, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
uh, let's go with. So, what kind of things could be a project?
Really, it is limited pretty much by your creativity. Um, here's kind of a long thing, if you can bear with me narrating. So, you choose a situation and declare what the community will do to resolve it. There's no
All right, I
consultation
got it.
about this idea. The community simply begins work.
I got it. Training and developing a dragonborn dinosaur cavalry to meet the enemy Nagas in battle when needed.
So knights, you're creating knights,
Yeah,
effectively.
Dragonborn and
Dino
Aarakocra dinosaur
Knights.
knights. Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. So because the dinosaurs have been used for a long time to be like they're trained and bred and evolved into being like cattle. So to turn them into more
Yeah,
aggressive
you
and
need to
cavalry and stuff,
selectively breed.
yeah.
You need to then train.
Hmm.
So, like, you need to turn that one back into a Triceratops, and so on and so forth.
Or some chunky
Ooh,
raptors.
So what I'm
yeah.
getting
Oh
at
no,
is it's
no.
probably
Triceratops. Oh, how do you spell Triceratops? I don't know how to spell
Like a
Triceratops
T?
Cavalry.
so with the dinosaur cavalry, what I'm getting at is how many weeks it might take to complete this project, and I'm
Oh,
personally
this is
leaning
going to be
on the high
pretty.
side.
Yeah, this is going to take a while. We're going to go with like uh let's go with 30.
No, the maximum is 6.
Oh,
But
well,
you can just break your project down into stages and do multiple iterations.
all right. So let's do multiple iterations and stages. 6 weeks for the rebreeding. 6 weeks for the animal training, and then another 6 weeks for the dragonborn training.
Okay, 18 weeks, I get it.
All right, so I am going to
Stage 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, stage 1, 2, and 3.
Rebreeding, animal training, rider training.
So breeding is 3, training is 3, and then knighthood is 3. All right, perfect. And then let me come over here.
Fucking, all the armies fucking cheer when the Spinosaurus cavalry runs through.
Oh, and that was supposed to be 6, not 3. Um, do. Training and knighthood. All right, so it'll take a long time to develop that cavalry, but it has begun. Also, there are some projects that will be done. The town center will be completed, so now there is a capital city. Weapon development will drop down. The project of cacti to lumber is moving along nicely. We have started cavalry breeding. Very good. Alrighty then. How are there more cards left? I had assumed that we were getting, oh, you're going to pull through all of them.
We're getting there. We haven't done it
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah, you know what? Can we? No, we can't put them off the map, can we? Let's put them in
I
order on the
can.
side here. You can put them off the map?
I can, yes. You guys cannot. But I like what you're
Oh,
doing there. Go ahead and continue what you're doing, putting them in order there.
yeah. Kind of gives us the ace, I guess, can go up the corner. Don't mind me. That's the one you just pulled, so I'll just leave it out right there.
Yeah. Maybe full circle it comes back to, I guess Brian will be the
I mean, by
final
process of
poll with 5.
elimination,
Yep.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
Brian should be 5.
All right. No, that all fits.
Well,
All right. So
there you
for number 7, and that's awesome because he's like the prime mover. So that's cool that he gets the final draw and kind of say in what happens in the spring season.
Jeez, I wonder what I'm going to draw.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Ta-da!
Hey, what's
but,
next? Oh, probably the next suit, huh?
Well, yep. So first, my draw of number 7. Where does everyone sleep? Who is unhappy with this arrangement and why? Or what natural predators roam this area? Are you safe? Okay, so full disclosure, I was waiting for my turn to introduce the predatory dinosaurs. So that's just what my choice is going to be. Natural predators are the carnivorous dinosaurs.
Yep.
Well,
Easy
it's
peasy.
not your turn, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's Goose's turn. My bad.
No, Goose came before you.
What?
If you just went, then
Oh.
it's his turn.
I'm getting my orders all fucky and fucked up.
That's why I'm here to play God.
Yeah. Yeah, without the turn order, I'm all fucked up.
Words are hard.
It's funny.
So they're going to be
Same
coming
order
in,
that's the
wandering
bottom of the
in
page.
from the deserts on all sides.
Yeah.
Because there's such an abundance of them, the predators who loomed on the outskirts have started to move in closer. Which is good timing because you guys just started to develop armor and weapons and cavalry. Now it's, oh shit, there's a greater threat. Well, good thing we're already working on ways and means to protect ourselves because they are large and they have sharp teeth and they are uber aggressive. And that is the whole gamut. So, full disclosure, in this world, I'm not going to worry about the different eras of, like Jurassic and everything. All the dinosaurs
Whatever.
exist all together. I don't care. There was a pitch meeting for Jurassic Park, and a lot of, like, most, if not all of the creatures featured are actually not from the Jurassic era, but Jurassic sounds cooler. Anyway, so that's a thing. But I was going to use my discover something new to be the discovery of those predators. So, let me look through stuff here.
Isn't this the last card for the spring?
Yours is the last card for the spring. So on your turn, that 5 you pulled will be coming into play.
Oh, you're finishing up number 7. I'm like, oh, okay. Duh. Sorry. Just brain part.
Ah, I know. My project is going to be salt processing.
Love it.
Again, I have not established the location of the salt flats. It is
No, you
right
had it
now
over in-
a resource that is not abundant. So completing this project will move it into an abundancy rather than a scarcity. It also means that the community, the species, the society can use it for trade, can use it for their own means as far as preserving meats longer, and et cetera, blah, blah. Since we have to discuss the time of projects is supposed to be collaboratively decided, I'm going to open that up to the group. what do you think should be the time to pass to turn the salt resource into an abundancy and become proficient with the use thereof?
Well,
I'd
that
say 4
depends.
weeks.
Is the salt resource being replenished? If so, that means the salt flats flood occasionally.
So there are going to be salt flats that will exist. Some will have to be discovered. Part of it is not just though, like they exist inside the walls. There will be deposits that are purely salty. Part of it is the discovery that you can salt meats and they last longer and stuff. So that's part of the whole thing. Brian has proposed 4 weeks. Between 1 and 6, Goose, Torfu, what do you think?
I think 4 is fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like 4. Perfect. All right. So salt processing has begun. Breeding process will drop down. Armor and weapon development will drop down. Cacti to lumber will drop down. Almost done with that one. And that is all of the projects on the board. Got a project. Had a card. I'm going to put... I'm just putting under the resources, project to abundance. I would like to note the that giant cacti project is going to bring timber out of scarcity into abundance because it's going off of the cacti rather than the tree of Tanir. We currently still have mithril as a scarcity. Brian, I don't know if you want to address that on your turn or we can wait until later. I don't care. It is up to you. But that is going to
I'll probably
end
address it on my turn.
All right, so Brian has pulled a 5. There is a disquieting legend about this place. What is it? Or alarming weather patterns destroy something. How and what?
That's some old school fucking Street Fighter?
Good ear, sir.
Okay. So
That
rather than
specifically
the
is Ryu's theme.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
rather than the legend, I'm going to go with the alarming weather patterns.
All right.
And I'd like the weather patterns to be focused here.
Now, they do have to destroy something.
Right. I'm going to explain that.
Okay.
We're going to call it the crack
where are you
or the
having it?
wedge. I'll ping it again.
Huh.
So this is a mile. This is a section of the wall that's only a mile across, rather than the thicker portions. And between lightning destroying pieces that cause an avalanche, has created the first break in the wall. So there is a crack, maybe 50 feet wide, that
Lightning,
runs
huh?
through the. Yeah, it like hit the rocks, made it explode, and then there was an avalanche that followed it, and then this fissure opened up.
Oh,
In
do
the
you mean
wall.
like the Catatumbo lightnings
Kinda.
of South America? Fuck,
Kinda.
where is that in South America? Venezuela. Do you guys know what the Catatumbo lightning is?
Give me a second.
It's the most lightning-prone place on Earth. Lightning strikes like fucking 200 times a year, up to 10
In
hours
Colombia,
a day.
Colombia and Venezuela have it.
Yeah, 280 flashes an hour. I mean, it's gorgeous. You can find videos of it online.
Yeah, there's several videos when you put in CATA TUMBO.
And it's a honest to God weather pattern.
We could call it the lightning crevasse.
Lightning gear crevasse.
That's a big crack.
Like, people can try to use it to get through there. Problem is, lightning will keep coming down and potentially murder them.
That was going to be my question. That unique weather pattern is there. So it wasn't just an isolated incident that created the wall or the break there, but there's like a pathway through there that is constantly lightning going on.
Yeah, just imagine, like,
Nice.
say it's about a football field wide, so 300 feet. And it's running the entire length of the mile of that portion of the wall. And it is just inundated.
I sense a new challenge to get on the head of the council.
Dun 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 dun!
Survive.
Survive a pass
Awesome.
through the lightning crevasse.
Giggity.
It rhymes. I like it.
It does.
Alrighty. So with the establishment there of the lightning crevasse, destroying fortification, an alarming weather pattern for sure. As we enter into the final phase,
Oh, do I have to start a
of
project
spring.
now, or
Yes, you must discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project.
okay? And if I hold a discussion, do I just either ask a question or state a thing, and then they add on to it?
Yep. While you are contemplating that, I am going to mark projects down because that's a thing. So cacti to lumber is completed. Breeding is moving along. Armor development, armor weapons moving down. Salt processing good. I am going to erase that as a project and mark that
I'm going to say they discover something.
timber.
So the final act of spring is they discover how to use magic.
Dig in.
They discover how to use magic. Whether it's from a clerical base or whether it's from a sorcerer, which draconic bloodline comes to mind, they discover how to use magic. I thought about making mithril a less scarce resource, but I think for discoveries, this really is more important than that.
Cool. So what I will put in the notes here is magic use discovered. I am of the mind that it would be pretty simple and basic at first, whether it's through tribalistic kind of rituals, more primitive and stuff, and potentially leave
suspect it's
that
probably gonna
open
be
to
sorceress.
evolve further.
Yeah, I don't think they discovered wizardry. I think they discovered maybe sorcery.
That requires a patron.
No. Warlocks require a patron. Sorcery
Oh,
is just
yes.
magic in the blood.
Touche. My bad. Yep, I completely got that mixed up. I was totally thinking of warlocks.
Although if I thought it was being clerical, then I don't. If the guys want to add on to it, they can. But it could be clerical, in other words, sun worship, or it could be sorceress as like draconic bloodline, because that's clearly a thing.
Yeah.
Um,
So the way that I'll
I'm
put
open
that
to
in
those
the
ideas.
notes is what I'm putting in the notes here is inborn magic use discovered. So that is not magic
Yep.
by study. That is not magic by a patron. Both
Yeah,
clerical
inborn
or
magic is
sorcery based.
sorceress.
So yeah, that will cover those bases. And I like that based on other things that have been previously established.
And I think it's because of their association. The way I see it happening is years of being around Mithril has sparked something in their blood to reawaken.
Okay, cool. I put reawakened by mithril use and shaping. Because again, we are going through the stages of armor and weapon development as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that is cool.
Ah,
All right. That is a lot of things and stuff. That concludes the spring chapter.
neat.
Coming up next is summer.
How late into the night are we going, by the way? I know Goose doesn't matter, and quite frankly, I have nothing better to do, so I don't give a shit. But
I have no
I don't.
complaints about staying later. I would need to use a bathroom for the few minutes and then get some more soda because I'm out.
Um, I would like to say I would like to take a small break to get some food, but I'm totally
Oh, okay,
down
sure.
with diving into summer after a
I'm down.
short
I'm
break.
down.
You want to do like
10 minutes?
Yeah, okay.
15?
that
Give
being?
or
Do you
take.
want to?
If I'm later, cry about it. But yeah, about 10 minutes
Sure.
ish.
All right, sounds
See you in a
great.
bit.
All right, cool, cool. Let's reconvene here then in a little bit. I'm going to put mute on and do things and stuff. So 10 to 15, we'll reconvene, dive into summer.
I see you. Brian is back.
Yep.
So you cannot hear anything that's actually going on or being said. But gentlemen, how will I know what to say? Sorry, you're gonna have to trust me. Whenever we push this, you can hear us talk. I think listening to this. Annoying, right? Media and communications expert from Princeton. Say that's right. That's right. And you graduated from Princeton? I live in Princeton. I live in Princeton. Do you have a degree from Princeton? Do you have a degree from Princeton? Do you have a degree from Princeton?
I saw the deck change, so I figured I'd take Penis Land off the map.
I was looking forward to Penis Land. Now you've cocked it all up.
Yeah, I've cocked it all up.
Goddamn cock block.
Yep.
Where does everyone sleep? Assuming in their bed.
Wherever your wife was.
Aha! I also choose that man's dead wife. I'd be pretty deep into internet lore to get that, I guess.
Yep.
Uh,
Check. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello.
You have more than 10 minutes, sir.
Yep, sure was.
Welcome back.
I'll just give you shit. Don't worry about me. You missed it. I had Penis Land. Even had Natural Geographic of the Phallus.
Well, when we get to your region, well, I won't say we'll make it as penisy as you want, but you might be able to put something phallic in there. We'll see.
Boy, now I'm really going to piss him off. See, now I'm going to sneak up on him. I'm going to put my thumb up his bunghole. Like, all right. Damn it.
Alrighty. Well,
You wanted that before, Mr. Loki. Is it because you left your
things
toy
and
outside?
stuff.
Yeah, is that what it is? I bet it is. Yeah, you know. Good
Well,
boy.
we have a pretty cool region established here with some social history and religious history and geographic history and dinosaurs and more
Now I want to see what the
dinosaurs.
rest of the world looks like.
Well, we haven't developed that yet, sir.
Right?
Like I said, this is like Brian's kind of home territory.
Yep.
Next region will be north or east or west, and will be someone else's. But that
Interesting.
is far away to be determined because we are now going to enter into the desert summer.
It's a hot one, folks.
Yeah. Kind of swings both ways.
So, we had previously left off with Brian establishing the lightning crevasse.
Giggity.
And the discovery of magic. Its base forms,
Magical.
all natural. We're now entering into the summer era. Goose is next in the rotation. So you are welcome to kick us off with the first draw.
Oh, damn.
It is a 4. I don't know why you're upset about that, but let's see. The eldest among you dies. What caused the death? Or, the eldest among you is very sick. Caring for them and searching for a cure requires the help of the entire community. Do not reduce project dice this week. Conundrum.
Oh.
So you have to kill off a great elder or cure the great elder and delay projects.
Absolutely cure him. We care about our elderly.
Ah, kick his
You
ass
said
off
so.
the wall.
Boom! Bye, Grandpa.
Well, it is all up to Goose as he gets to dictate the things and stuff on his
Yeah.
turn.
Dictate. I'd make Beavis and Butthead laughing noises, but I can't do that very well.
Go with the eldest amongst you dies.
Oh.
He was known
How?
as Galefather. And he died protecting some kids from a carnivore dinosaur.
That's how we found out about him.
And he might have lived if he had weapons and armor.
Well,
That's
That is
dirty.
going to motivate the progression of projects as such. Can you put into the chat, what did you say his name was?
Gale, father.
Gale Father.
Gale.
Typing.
Gale.
Oh, Scale. I thought you meant Gale like wind. Scale is cool.
Because they're lizards.
Because they're
Indeed.
lizard.
And then chicken. But whatever, details.
Ah, soft scales.
That's
We've
what the
established this.
carnivores are. Giant chickens.
Yep.
Well,
All right. There are 3 active projects. All 3 of them have been popped down. We've got 1 turn till the completion of armor and weapon development, 2 turns for salt processing, and 3 turns for cavalry breeding. Good sir, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
They start a project. Because of the recent death, they want someone to bury a very memorable man. So they set out to restore the temple.
Very interesting.
Say 4 weeks.
To learn how to consecrate the temple and make it a thing again.
And probably have to dig out some rooms full of sand. Find an artist amongst them to touch up the murals.
Or make new ones.
True.
I would say
there's something.
there
There's a
are
priesthood.
a lot of aspects of restoring the temple. If we group it into one project, I would definitely lean towards 6 weeks personally, if not broken up into stages. Brian and Torfu, what do you
I'm fine
guys
with 6
think?
weeks too.
Meet in the middle and go 5?
What do you think, Goose?
Sure.
5 it shall be.
Yay! I'm helping. I don't know who I'm helping, but I'm helping.
It's shake and bake, and I helped.
Uh,
All right, so I have put in as an asterisk after the honored eldest had died that it has inspired restoration of the temple to coincide with ceremonial burial. Alrighty then. I do believe then that that is going to move us
I
into
do
Torfu's
declare,
draw.
Mr. Beauregard. Let's see here. I guess I need to draw a card, right?
Yes, sir.
Boom. Knight of Diamonds. Put it up there somewhere.
Happy fun time for, well, since we know that the deck falls out, I just counted wrong, so we can just have a single discard pile. And
Okay, either or. All right, number 9. A charismatic young girl convinces me to help her. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Summer?
Yep. There's a tab over.
A project fails. Which one and why? Something goes foul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity. Something fails. Which one is why? Does that stop the project or does that just delay it?
the project fails,
Cancels.
so someone else will have to start it over.
Okay. The temple restoration fails.
Ouch. Why?
My God.
Because the gods, moved by the attempted restoration of the temple, came down and spoke to one selected member, creating the first cleric.
Ooh! If you're
And
gonna
they
fail,
were,
fail upward.
yeah, they failed. They failed flat on their face, but they moved forward doing it.
Now they got to restart the right way.
So they got to restart the correct way. Yeah, Goose got it right.
You're fucking it up. Fix it.
All right, so I just added on to the previous sentence. Temple restoration failed due to first cleric, in caps, hearing the voice of the sun.
No, the voice of Bahamut and fuck, what was the other one?
Akati.
Akati,
The voice of the pillars.
the voice of the pillars.
Oh, I love it. That's great. There's got to be an order of paladins for that shit.
Yes,
Well,
which was going to bring me
The
to
sword of the pillars. Ooh.
which was going to bring me to my next
We've
thing.
established it's a spear.
My
Sorry.
my actions.
yep.
Hold the discussion. It's going to be a statement. There are 3 sects of clergy that develop. One for Bahamut, one for Akkadi, and one for the sun. And each person that gets to be members of the church decides which one they're going to be in.
I like it. If it had a hand, I'd put a ring on it.
What was that last bit about people choose the what now?
They choose which sect they go into when they join the religion.
I'm just going to say followers because that means everyone.
I'm sorry, every now and then I hear the music kind of go out, and then I hear someone talking. Is this an actual live broadcast?
Oh, no. So every once in a while, because I ripped it from YouTube, so every once in a while at the
Oh,
end,
gotcha.
some
Yeah, yeah.
stupid piece of shit dick face is like, yeah, like and subscribe my stuff because we don't know how YouTube works. Dirt to dirt. Anyway, guess how I feel about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I don't like
so
commercials myself.
Torafu has made a statement.
Technically, you would be the next person to respond.
Yes. So, along the vein of the worship here, so I'm going to say let's see. So that's sun, north winds, and air.
Lord of the North
My
Winds is just another name for Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon.
yeah,
He's not
you
wrong.
said Lord of the North Winds. That's what I put in there.
Yeah.
It sounds cool.
It,
All right,
it really does.
I am going to say that each of those 3 divisions then is going to focus on a different thing. And I don't want to hog the narrative, so I'll leave the rest to Brian and Goose. But what I mean is, for example, one would be about maybe research, and one would be about proselytizing to outsiders. One might be the militaristic wing. One might be about keeping records or interpretation. That kind of falls into the research thing. One might be about, I don't know, things and stuff. But each of those 3 divisions also affects society because all followers choose which one that they focus on. So it not only affects their place within like the clergy that serve, but like knights and warriors would fall under one, and laborers would fall under one, and etc. I am going to leave that open for Brian and Goose to follow up on and further define.
Okay. I got it easy for you. Those people who are defenders and or military will become under the wing of Bahamut. Those people who deal with communication, trade, and excursions out of the community will fall under Akadi. So scouts, merchants, all of the things that require communication and or travel. The Sun handles all the day-to-day affairs, civil service, maintenance, record keeping, logistics, and even strategy. And this is why they work with others to strategize between the communication and merchants and to organize military between the Order of the Sun and the Order of the Dragon Wing, and between the Order of the Sun and the Order of the Ebon Wing.
Alrighty. And Mr. Goose, what have you to say about all of that? What would you like to add or clarify?
I say that seems fairly developed to me. My response is going to be praise the sun.
Praise the sun.
Praise the Sun.
That's pretty good. I like the reference.
Now, I don't know if you guys want to come up with a unique name for the sun god, but I think that praise the sun should be a common greeting and farewell
Oh,
among
absolutely.
people, like aloha or have you had rice today? It's
I think it
just,
should be more of a goodbye, like a farewell. Like you're parting ways, and you go, praise the sun, and you kind of go about your way.
I know how you make it for both. You make greetings about dawn, you make leavings about sunset.
Oh, there you go.
Praise the dawn, see you after sunset.
That's cute. I like that.
cool. I have entered that in. Perfecto. That's super cool. Very interesting. I like that the project ending caused more development than just finishing the project.
Well, when a god comes
like
down and
it,
goes,
like you
"Hey, yo,
said,
pay the
failing
fuck
upwards.
attention," shit tends to stop. Ah.
That is super, super cool. All right then. Well, that was Torufu's card. Ah, it's my turn. Well, fine, if you insist.
We insist.
7 of diamonds. Introduce
Oh,
a
do we want to do the same thing? Like sliding them over to the side so we can start tracking when we should be done?
no, because we now know that it's going to play out and it's going to finish. So that was just me being like, hey, I thought we already cycled through all 12, and then we figured out that we hadn't. But it was on
Oh, okay.
track and it was working properly. So yeah, we're good.
Oh, okay, cool.
Introduce a mystery at the edge of the map, or an unattended situation becomes problematic and scary. What is it and how does it go awry?
I'd like to see more
Oh.
map shit, so I'm excited about that.
God, I have such a good one, but I don't want to fucking influence what you decide. I'll tell you after you decide whatever it's going to be.
So, because this is Brian's world, essentially his region. I'm going to give him a little bit of. I'm going to take off the god hat and let you wear it for just a second.
Stinky.
So I will either introduce a mystery on the edge of the map, or what I'm going to have is that, and this ties into worshiping the sun and daylight and everything. Carnivorous dinosaurs have night vision. The Naga have night vision. Nighttime is dangerous and scary for your people. As time has evolved, the night is like everyone is afraid of the dark.
What people don't
That is an
remember is that the
inherent thing.
Dragonborn do not have night vision.
They don't. Neither do Aarakocra. So with the predators having night vision, with the predators being so active at night, nighttime, in contrast to how much the people embrace the sun, to balance that out, the night
very symbol
is
of
terrible.
fuck.
And also, too, that's going to be unique to this region because that means a dragonborn who goes into another region is like, we got to hurry up, guys. The sun is about to set. And the dwarves that dominate that region or whatever, like, what are you talking about? You afraid of the dark or something? The dragonborn's like, yeah, you fucking idiot. That's when all the predators come out. Like, hello.
That's when the sun's gone.
Can you see in the dark, you fucking dick?
There's no sun. You should be afraid.
Oh,
Anyway.
this also, I feel, would tie into anyone who can see in the dark is a predator. You end up distinctively not trusting people who can see in the dark.
Oh, like kind of a little bit of a
Because
taboo.
they're like the dinosaur.
Yeah. Because I can see really well, personally, like me, Josh, the DM, I can see really well in the dark. So there'd be like a taboo, burn the witch.
And biologically, anybody with light-colored eyes adjusts to the dark faster than people with dark-colored eyes. That's actually a biological thing.
That's neat. I didn't know that.
Yep. So blue eyes adapt the fastest, and brown eyes adapt the slowest.
I think mine are like a
Also,
kind of a hazily green, but
yeah. You've got some lighter colors than it.
People with light-colored eyes are more sensitive to the sun.
Huh.
All true.
Dude, I am. The sun sucks.
Welcome to Texas, buddy.
I wear sunglasses to go pick up groceries, which is like out front. Like I have to walk out from the backyard and go out. But yeah,
I got prescription sunglasses in my car. Absolutely. Fucking Texas? Absolutely.
So yeah, I ended up picking the nighttime thing as much as I want to see some new shit on the edge of the map.
Well, we've got plenty of time. That's only the third card pulled, so. Also, too, I like forcing night vision on the others.
Yeah, like it's not that you can't trust them. It's just that your instinct will be to like, how did he develop night vision? What the fuck did he do at night? Because all I've ever dealt with my entire life is, murderous monsters at nighttime. That's not cool.
All right, awesome.
Suspicion of people that have night vision.
Yep. Now it's no longer like, hey, is everybody have night vision? It's like, no, man, we light torches like everyone else. What the fuck is your problem?
Okay, so
Like, what do you mean you can see at night? You make it sound like you're a thief or a murderer.
let's see. Projects are going down.
My D&D character is going to be Judgy McJudgy.
Armor and weapon development is completed.
Ooh.
Cavalry breeding goes down. Salt processing is going its way.
Defense in abundance.
So let's see. I gotta find where community lacks weapons and armor and delete that. And I'm just gonna replace it with
Armor and weapons developed.
mithril armor and weapons. And it is still a scarcity because mithril is a scarcity right now. But it is developed.
They
Let's
can do it.
see.
They just don't got very many. But the ones they do have, very nice.
Very nice. I like it. Very nice.
I think I think I'm going to start a project. And this is just going to build on what has previously been established and kind of move forward. So and I'm going to say it's going to be a 6-weeker just because of how rare it is, but I would like to introduce the sunstone into daily life in that it provides warmth, it provides light, it is something that is used for daytime tools and stuff, used in lanterns and that sort of thing. That way, when the mithril vein happens to be hollowed out and it becomes an actual mine, it can be used for the lanterns that go in there, all kinds of stuff. For personal travel, even maybe street lights eventually. I'm going to call it a 6-weeker. What are your guys' thoughts?
Okay, so this is about using sunstones improving? Because you said streetlights?
Eventually, yes. But more so first in the daily life. What I'm looking at is just because building off of the base resources, there's solar
Sure.
forges, radiant wards. Um, it is light, so I don't know about it necessarily warding things away yet, but that could be another upgrade later. But
Well, if
definitely
you
used
shine a
for
flashlight in someone's, what's the word I'm looking for?
face, eyes.
Eyes,
Yeah,
face eyes, when they have night vision on, bucks their day up.
yeah. So anyway, um, and the
I'm
only
okay with
reason
6
I
weeks.
have it being a longer is because of the rarity of it. So those
Sure,
who
no,
are
that makes sense.
blessed enough to find it and willing to share it, it might be something
Talk
that
about showing you
is
have a
a
big heart.
luxury.
Like, I found the sunstone here. You guys can use it.
Yeah. Um,
Can I
probably a
make a
luxury
suggestion?
for the nobility, but what
If I
is.
could,
We're not supposed to, but yes, go ahead.
just because I think it'd be a good idea. It still follows in line with what you're doing. Not streetlights, moon tower.
Oh, like a lighthouse?
They're kind of lighthouses. Basically it's like an urban lighthouse. Instead of having streetlights going down the streets, there's one big tower that has lights on it. It used to be an actual thing in America.
That's a cool idea. That would
Probably at the
be an
center of Main
awesome.
Street or something.
That'd be an awesome project, or some. I would like count it as something discovered, like because it's one thing. So like once the Sunstone project is done, I could see the towers being developed as such. I think that's a cool idea and a cool use of it. Um, from my position, I am forced to leave that to those who develop it further, including myself if it comes around and I can't think of anything else. But let's see, where do I talk about? The sunstones were discovered with the religion. Yeah, there's that too. All right. Well, that is my thing. I'm just going to move that up by the temple because why not? All right, that's my turn. I'm all done. Now it's Brian's turn.
All right, my turn for the card.
Yes, please.
All right, here it comes. It's a face
Dust
thing with
Queen.
the diamond.
By the way,
Diamond Queen.
The lady.
When you pulled your card last turn, I said I was going to tell you after you were done. When you had the unattended situation becomes problematic and scary. First thing that popped in is like the glass valley, the glass humming lures kids in.
Oh no. So,
Okay.
oh man, I would definitely build on that. Those who are tempted out through the tunnel into the cacti forest and drawn north, things and stuff.
Okay,
Right.
so for me, it's a project finishes early. Which one and why? If there are no projects underway, boredom leads to quarrel. A fight breaks out between two people. What is it about? I'm going to go with the project finishes early.
Oh, you have to because
Okay.
they're active. So you get to choose a project that ends early and tell us why.
The Sunstone Daily Life project finishes early. And the reason being is that the lead cleric, who becomes the Pope at some point of the Sun, is gifted with knowledge about how the Sunstones work from ancient times through his deity. Just straight up gives him a Benny. Here you go, bud. That's how that functions.
He gets a Benny. Hope it's a blue Benny.
Well, it kind of sounds like a blue Benny to me. Like a lot. Like 6 weeks of blue Bennies.
All right, cool, cool. Well, that is a thing that happens. So with that also, cavalry breeding will go down to 1. And
Looks like Salt Flats is done.
crossing is done. Which will make the Salt Flats an abundance
No longer
rather
a
than
scarcity.
a scarcity. Cool. And yeah, breeding almost done. Dragonborn and Aarakocra, good at working together, getting these projects knocked the F out and done.
Their breeding is almost done. Ah.
Talking about the
Alrighty.
dinosaurs, not the Aarakocra. The
Yeah. All
Good
right.
news, sir.
So
We made them fuck.
We've made them produce offspring and multiply.
So, Mr. Brian, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
I'm going to go with discover something new because I don't see another way to get it on the map anytime soon, and I'm just paranoid the idea is going to go away.
Go for it.
The Valley of columns or obelisks or
Ooh. Can you draw me some non-phallic looking pillars?
I can
Your
absolutely.
choice. Choose a hex on the map.
So where I would like it to be.
Screw that noise. Go phallic, sir. All the best things are phallic.
God has already spoken.
Yes,
We're saving phallic pillars for your region, however that is.
Our region's going to be full of just floppy trees. No. I won't do that.
I'm just going to do the outer border. Won't want someone to draw any more for me now. Weird. Maybe it'll do it if I. Yep. That one looks like a tick.
Erase it, start
Yeah.
over. No.
I mean, I suppose you can. I don't know why it's not picking up the pen anymore. That's weird. Anyways, but you get the idea. I'm going to circle that thing off, and I wanted to eventually expand it to kind of encompass the menial fan or whatever they call it.
The alluvial fan.
Yeah.
So
Basically, you were mentioning it being like hidden, and so I'm trying to figure out like what would be a thing that would obstruct the view of it.
Okay.
And so I was hoping it could also show up
So
like
then
right here too.
instead of wrapping around back toward,
Like start here and then move across the thing and then go into the other, like half of one and half of the other so that it creates a wall. Yeah, kind of like that.
so then it wouldn't go out like this.
Yeah.
It would instead wrap around like that. I'm fine
If
with
I
that.
have more time to build up on it and make it thicker so that it comes out to like here, then I'll probably add on to it at some point. But I was just trying to give you a thing that could be a forest and then, but it's just stone pillars and no one's ever understood what the deal is about it until they find everything. If they find the alluvial fan, which will maybe eventually lead them to the fresh water on that hidden oasis kind of thing you got going on. Yeah. So you really get the idea that it's definitely a very thick batch of columns that no one's just. And imagine trying to do that thing at nighttime. Because if you're getting in between the columns down there, because I suspect these columns are like 60, 80 feet fucking tall. I mean, they're huge.
Oh yeah.
And you try to get between them, at one point, you're going to be in the shade of one of these columns, and so it'll look like the sun gets blotted out.
So I feel
How many
like they would
people
be
in our culture
reaching
would
out
scare them?
as high as the cliff walls that surround this place. Like they would be,
Oh, yeah.
as far as the way that Earth protrudes up and mesas and stuff, they would actually reach the height
Yeah,
of the wall
and I already
itself.
figured out how they came into existence. That alluvial fan, which bleeds the water in, is what cracked what used to be a mesa, and the columns are what's left.
I think probably that their river flowed a little heavier before the fall of the
Before it petered
meteor
out.
from the sky. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Because it makes sense that the water would erode it, but
And that's why the columns are as high as the edge of this canyon, this multi-mile wide. And it's huge. If the line is only a mile or two, and then every time we draw a line, that's a lot.
yeah, I wouldn't worry about scale necessarily on the map. Like I said, I'm gonna go out of my way to like kind of redraw, make it more Earth-like and form-fitting. So, but it does illustrate for me like this forest does expand out, kind of hides the fan, but is also created by it. So that is awesome. Do you have a special name for that there stone pillar forest thing?
Yes, I was thinking either Valley or Forest of Spires, Spires.
I like it. All right. I'm just leaving that that note out of the way because there'll be like a couple intersped throughout. Anywho, awesome turn there. We next move to Senor Goose. It's a 6. Outsiders arrive in the area. Why are they a threat? How are they vulnerable? Or, outsiders arrive in the area. How many? How are they greeted? So this is an opportunity to have another minor race
Subrace.
/ species arrive. But in some form or fashion, outsiders have arrived. You may define them as adversarial or not.
Let's go with the first one. How are they a threat? How are they vulnerable? I kind of like the idea of gnolls coming through.
Mm.
They are a threat because they are going after the herds of dinosaurs, and they are vulnerable because at the moment their numbers are small.
Like small packs, like hyenas.
Yeah.
Also, because they're predatory, they have night vision and
Yep.
operate at night. The one
And,
more
you know,
horror of the dark.
Because gnolls are normally considered tainted and evil. They're tainted by whatever tainted naga, just to a lesser extent.
Contaminated. I'll put that in the note. Very cool. Perhaps somehow they're a new threat because they figured out how to navigate through the lightning crevasse.
Now you have to murder them.
Well, good thing your people have developed armor and weapons. Perhaps they need more mithril now. Anyway, with that being established, I've got that in the notes there. Would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Restart a project.
And that is?
For burial.
Yeah, the burial. They know how
Yes.
to do it right now. And the way to do it right is not only restoring the temple, but the little compound next to it for the new paladin and clerical orders.
All right.
So it's going to be a long form, starting 6-week project.
I can see that, sure.
All right. So restoration of the temple complex. Perfect. And I've just bumped the So the breeding has been perfected for more aggressive defensive herbivores, those that are trained to not be so docile but reactive. Now it's a matter of, now that you have the breeding stock completed, now you've got to train them from egg until riding size to be effective in battle, used to loud noises and chaos and etc. However that is done, it'll be done over the next 6 weeks. The first phase of the 3-phase project of the cavalry has been completed.
Ooh, neat.
All right. Nice and quick and easy there. Can you do me a favor, Goose? Can you choose the area where the gnolls were first spotted / first became a threat in the outer ring there? And
I put a creepy face on the top right.
oh, so you did. Oh, that's awesome. Ah, how perfect. All right,
Close to the crack, close to the naga, close to the dinosaurs.
Perfect. All right.
Knolls. Fucking Knolls. How come all the bad shit's coming out of the north? Sounds like there's
Because
something evil up there.
yeah,
Weird.
Yeah,
Weird.
peculiar, isn't it?
Like a rot.
Like a taint.
The
Tainted say so.
Tainted ain't so. Turn the lights off. Oh fuck, there's Knowles.
Oh, fuck, there is Knolls.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I like that.
All right. Well, Mr. Torfu,
Draw a card.
pick a card, any card you like.
Jack. Jack. Be quick. Jack be nimble. Jack be quick. If he was a little quicker. Predators and bad omens are afoot. Man, Jesus Christ. This is all about the bad shit. And bad omens are afoot. You are careless and someone goes missing under ominous circumstances. Who? Predators and bad omens are afoot. What measures do you take to keep everyone safe and under surveillance? Do not reduce project dice this week. So keep
Oodalala.
everyone safe, or someone goes missing under ominous circumstances. Hmm. I'm going to go with. Fuck, that's a good one.
Yes.
Who do we have that's kind of a set high-end person in this kind of village or area?
We
The Elder
haven't
Council?
really specifically created any named
Well,
NPCs.
yeah, no named ones, but we have like the first cleric. We obviously have a smelter. We have a guy training cavalry.
I got the starting of the council.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one. The head council member guy goes missing under mysterious circumstances.
Oh my god, the first betrayal. This is like the Judas moment.
Let's see here. Yeah, it just asks who. It doesn't tell me why, or doesn't say. It's just that he just
Just who.
goes missing. Yeah. So the head council member gone.
All right. Member of the Council of Elders goes missing. Ominous circumstances. You can explore that further if you choose the action of having a conversation about it, but you're not obligated to. You're also welcome to start a project or discover something new.
Let's see here.
While you are
Discover why he was
deciding
gone.
that, that didn't affect the projects, so I'm going to get those down. A bloop and a bloop.
You could literally discover why he's
let's-
gone.
Let's start a project, actually. Right here. Right, well, I guess that's the town. Right next to the town, right here. The development of inner wall farmlands.
Farms in a desert. All right, I'm down. Let's see how this goes. You've got the trees that'll help with the soil.
Right? So developing the farmlands you'll need to bring something in that keeps the soil down, and then you'll need to bring in a water source, which means maybe aqueducts from the sources of water in the north. It's gonna be a hell of an undertaking, actually.
Easy 6 weeks to start.
So let's break that project down into two forms. One, the bringing of water, the building of aqueducts, and that could
Ducks are
be.
already aquatic. You don't got to build those.
Shut up, Goose.
So there's going to be irrigation and
Jason.
then what else?
Yeah, irrigation, and then you need to set up the farmland itself because it is in the desert, and to
It's like tilling of
How to grow
soil.
in the desert.
no,
Yeah.
it's like, what do they call it when they set up rows of rocks?
Grave?
No,
No, I'm just being an asshole now.
in arid environments, you use rows of rocks meant to slow water flow from when rarity of rain in order to promote plant growth. That's I don't know what it was called.
No, there's plenty of pictures about it. In fact, they did them in circles.
Yeah, exactly right. And in arid environments,
It wasn't hard to find.
Yeah, I just don't remember what it was called. But yeah, they do this in arid environments in order specifically to slow water that does come into the area and water that's brought into the area in order to
Sounds like
promote plant
troughs.
growth. But let's say 4 weeks and 4 weeks. Well, I don't know. Irrigation from a water source that far north we might want to put that one 6 weeks.
I could see
6
the
weeks and 4
irrigation
weeks.
being 6 and then, the soil arrangement, like the actual farm set up at 4. I think that sounds about right to me.
Yeah, let's do that. That way, if we do get cut off from like the giant cacti forest and whatnot, we have at least some food product potentially, near the village.
Cool.
It would be the hex right there.
When the farm project begins, I shall put it there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm currently reading over a thing that Israel's doing to your exact plan is being discussed, because apparently over 40% of the food in Israel is grown in their desert.
Mhm.
All right. Cinnamon roll farm plots have been designated. Well then, thank you, Mr. Torafu. I do believe that I need to draw a card. It is the 8. Someone tries to take control of the community by force. Do they succeed, and why do they do this? Or a headstrong community member decides to put one of their ideas in motion. Start a foolish project. All right, so I like the idea of this being something that will take time.
Oh, this
So,
plays so well in the fact that a head guy disappeared.
I know, right? I was thinking the same thing too.
well, I want to address that. So I actually might have a conversation about that so we can flesh that out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop these projects down by 1 so that I don't forget that and don't get overly excited. Because I am going to start a project. It may be considered foolish by some, it might be considered righteous by others.
Glass dildos. I don't really think that's a thing, but all right, sure. You do you, buddy.
I mean, definitely foolish by some and righteous by others.
Not wrong.
It is a transition to theocracy.
Okay, I honestly could see that happening really good based on everything we've done.
Yes, it is a natural development of things and stuff. I don't want to call it a foolish project as much as the rules calls it that, but like I said, some for others, other ideas for maybe a
Yeah, there's
headstrong
always someone
community
like, if
member.
it ain't broke, don't fix it. And
Well, and
some people are going to be
power
like,
corrupts.
progress.
Power corrupts, and so Mr. Head Priest of the Sun guy is going to be all, hey, I should be making decisions for the
One of you
betterment of our
elders even
people.
disappeared.
So, I am going to make my turn action a discussion about that exactly. Let me scroll down here so I can put in the notes here. Transition to theocracy. So I'm calling it attempted transition to theocracy. That way, you guys can still do things and stuff that could complicate that or even stop that from happening. That does mean, Brian, that
Mhm.
it's forcing your region into a theocracy away from the meritocracy, council of elders, and etc. It also opens the door, should it get to completion, the knights and the cavalry and etc. warriors and stuff will begin to lean in the paladin route, which
Sure, that makes
is
sense.
an idea. It may not come to fruition or not, but that's, I see a potential fork in the road. And there could be an end result. Theocracy doesn't happen. However, there is instead a chapter created of paladins or whatever. So that'll be a fun thing to see tie into D&D stuff. But that's
Okay,
not what I
so
want to
I'm
have a
supposed to.
conversation about. What's that?
Okay, what do you want to have a conversation about?
Well, ask your question first.
Oh no, I was trying to understand if I'm going off of that or, and then you said but that's not what and I'm like, oh, okay, pause.
No. I definitely want to talk about this member of the Council of Elders going missing under ominous circumstances.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask a question, and that way it comes back to me for final verdict. My question is to Brian. What is it in the Glass Valley that drew him out of safety into the most horrific known place known to the community? And then we will go from there. So I'm kind of taking Torufu's idea of it's drawing children. Instead, it drew this member of the Council of Elders. There are also two we've established. There's a magic residue there. It's horrific. It's like used to be a place that was like a city, but it melted or whatever happened.
I'm so
Anyway,
ready for this.
lay it on me. You're up.
Okay. The thing that drew him was a shard of obsidian glass. It was the only piece of glass that reflects exactly who you are. But the minute you touch it, you activate a gate to the Shadowfell. And your essence is being pulled through by an item that will introduce itself later as warlocks come into the society, because it's offering power in exchange for your soul.
Ooh.
I
That's why he
love,
disappeared.
love, love, love. They're calling it obsidian because that's the opposite of sunstone. That is so fucking cool.
Yep.
The Obsidian Order.
And
All
so
right.
I'm not saying he comes back or anything. I'm just saying that he went there because of visions that he had and becomes the first warlock. And I'm not saying a demon, but I suspect some otherworldly entity, the way they call about that other
Yeah.
patron on the other, it's that section.
Well, that may or may not be defined by Goose and Torufu on their terms.
Have fun, guys.
Goose, what would you like to add to that?
Uh, one of the clerics has been heard going around town ranting and raving about don't go into the Glass Valley. It whispers.
Ah, so there was a cleric whose holiness protected him from the temptation that perhaps the elder of the council was unable to
Fell for.
resist.
Yep.
Nice. So we're kind of setting up warlocks to be tempted by the dark side. I like the Jedi and Sith thing that you're building here. Um, maybe we'll have to get into the power of two, but at first there was one. That is awesome. Mr. Torufu, what have ye to say?
Honestly, I already like it. Oh, let's see. What can I add to that? Because it sounds like it's all like warlocks are going to be just like evil bad people.
I mean, not necessarily, but
So let's
the power
let's throw in
The one's
a.
I
here.
like that it's coming from obsidian.
Let's throw in a. I don't know, a fae that gets attracted to the same thing and is offering people the same kind of power, but for a portion of their soul. And then these two things are at odds.
Two warring patrons.
Yeah, two warring
Valley.
patrons.
Oh,
Like, so one's Fey based, one's what was it? Shadowfell?
Yeah,
I'm
the
not sure if it's
Shadowfell. It's the old one based thing. Basically, like Cthulhu is kind of who you get your
Oh.
powers from. So one of
Oh,
those
shit.
unknowable fucking entities.
Okay, I gotcha.
But
So
it was the
we've
one that
got
was originally like using whale song as a humming thing.
the Jedi of the Sun and the Sith of Obsidian, and then the Gray Jedi in between.
Yeah, the
Another
fake.
Fey patron.
Like, I don't care if the light and the dark destroy each other. Can you bring me snacks?
So I am going to embellish that. Just to bring this full circle. So, what I have typed is the final sentence in this little blurb here. Obsidian Order warlocks are granted night speak and encouraged to embrace the dark, not fear it.
Wait, what did you just say?
Obsidian Order warlocks are granted night speak and encouraged to embrace the dark, not fear it.
What is night speak?
I don't know. Figure it out. It's your desert. Moving on. I'll put a slash there and put sight. So night speak slash sight. So
Oh,
they're
that sounds like
taught.
double sight to me. But yeah,
Yeah. So they're essentially like they're teaching. No, the dark is your ally, not your adversary. You're able to speak to creatures of the night like carnivorous dinosaurs or gnolls or whatever. You're able to see in the dark. Just some of the special things that are going. Because doesn't the old one patron grant night vision?
I think it's one of the options they give, certainly as an invocation. So you prove your worth to the night one,
It's
then
something.
yeah, something stuff, and you now see in the dark.
And we can homebrew flavor twist it when it comes to the campaign itself. So yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to shore that up, really lean into the dark side over there. And now we know that the Glass Valley is the heart of darkness, and obsidian is a thing now, which is awesome. That's probably how they make their lightsabers, or like they'll have
Yep,
obsidian
totally.
stoned spears as a thing to counter the and it does necrotic damage instead of radiant. And anyway, um, all fun things. That's super cool. All right, so that sure as fuck is going to end my turn. Mr. Brian, you're up.
So here comes the card. Oh, sorry, I almost dragged it into a different spot. It looks like it fell back there like an ace of diamonds.
Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah, somehow I got it behind the other cards.
Oh shit. There we go.
Thanks.
That was me who did that, not you.
No, I know it was you. Because I'm like, I'm no digital wizard. I just can't waggle my finger and make some shit happen.
All right, so a contingent within the community demand to be heard. Who are they? What are they asking for? Or a contingent within the community have acted on their frustrations. What have they damaged? And why did they damage it? Is it permanent?
Okay, I'm going to go with a contingent in the community are demanding to be heard. Who are they and what are they asking for? So, in leaning into the transition to theocracy, which I see as a natural progression of all the shit we've kind of done, there are people from the church asking for transparency from the Elder Council as to the reason for the one person's disappearance. They want to know what happened to him and what led him to leave. And so the church is, from their first priest or pope or whoever the person is that's closest to, the sun, has said that they've gotten visions about the missing elder being pulled to darkness. He should be dealt with. But leaves it vague and shit like that, like dealt with. No one says like, should we kill him? Should we figure out what's going on? But the only people they have to start with is the Elder Council, and like, something. And they don't necessarily know that they know anything, but they're acting on their, they're asking for clarity. They're asking for transparency. Now, after stating that, I would like to have a discussion that flushes out the like, how do you see that progression going? Do they succeed? Do they not succeed? And I would like a conversation to kind of flush that part out.
All right. So as far as just to clarify, you are asking a question, and that question is
how does this play out?
All right. Well, Goose is going to be the first one to be able to respond to that.
Would you mind repeating it one more time?
Sure. So, of the two choices I had, I picked the one where community demands to be heard. Who are they? What are they asking for? So, they are the people of the church on visions from their gods that something bad has happened to this particular elder who disappeared, and they want answers as to what's going on because their god is worried. And they are asking for transparency and clarity from the Elder Council about what happened to him. And it's because I don't know whether the Elder, and this is something for you to consider, like, I don't know how much the Elder Council knows about the first Warlock. I don't know how much of society is aware of that issue. The church may be the last to know on the name of like the Obsidian Order or something. So I'm just curious to see, after they make these demands, where does it go? Like, how does it wrap up or come to a conclusion? Or not.
If I can clarify, the only thing that I have seen is the cleric who was speaking out against the Glass Valley and darkness coming from there.
That's true. There was a cleric about that. So maybe there's a thing there.
Yeah. But as far as I know, we haven't yet established things being known. So that's wide open for Goose, then Torafu, then me, then Brian to wrap up. So go ahead with that, Goose. Take the ball. Run.
Maybe that waggling cleric is the person who's been doing all the yelling. Like, answer my fucking questions. I'm not going anywhere.
Hmm. Yeah, sure. That cleric that was talking about the Glass Valley and its whispers is now camped outside the Elder Council building and is demanding answers.
So he's almost becoming like
they-
a permanent positioned like protester almost, like chaining himself to the tree metaphorically.
Mm-hmm. He's seen them walking towards it, and now they're back, and something's different. He wants to know why.
Oh, so you're saying that the elder came back?
That's cool. Go with it. I don't care.
The elders. You guys are talking about the elder that became the warlock, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I hadn't specified that he had returned, so that's cool.
Well, we got it now. Let's go.
All right, so I've got following visions and omens. Member of clergy, the cleric, demanded transparency from the council regarding disappearance of elder. After elder returned, cleric entered into protest for answers. If that sounds good and appropriate, we will then move to Torafu for further development.
Say the elder's name is Palatine.
Let's see here.
Please type that into chat for me.
Which warlock force did he pledge to?
The Sith, the bad guys, the Obsidian.
Yeah. He picked the Great Elder bearing a noble monstrosity out in the ether of, astral land.
Now, is this cleric dude the cleric dude, or is this cleric dude just some cleric dude?
He is the cleric who had warned about whispers from the Glass Valley. So
But I
it
think
is
he's just
believed
a
he was
cleric.
likely. Well, he was. Yeah, I have a cleric, but because through his willpower, I presume he had resisted the call and is now trying to warn people against it. And then the elder returned, and he's like, "Hey, he just came back from there. What's going
Okay,
on, guys?"
I have a development in mind. All right, so what happened? So what happened is, so in the protest from this cleric, he riles the curiosity of some of the more adventurous ones. They ended up sending more people to look into the Glass Valley itself. And after braving it, he realizes that they also come back as changed, but they're not all the same. So it's largely his fault through his protest that the two warlock orders actually become seated in this community.
Oh, that's fucking
Nice.
great. Dark,
So,
love it.
and with them not all returning the same, so some have pledged to the Fae, while others have pledged to the old ones, as it were.
Right.
Excellent.
And the Fae are more apt to talk to people than the Dark Ones are.
So I am then going to, in my portion, I'm going to say that that is going to start with alternative perspectives being shared, whether in private conversation or not, is to be
Mm-hmm.
determined. But with those alternate perspectives, that pushes the heavier into that whole transition into theocracy bit, because the high priest is like, no, blasphemers, go fuck yourselves. This is the way. And you're wrong.
Okay, I have to admit, this is a pretty exciting thing to do to develop this level of core, because this is a lot of development.
Yep. Indeed, this is the way. Um, did I take down projects for this turn? I don't think I did.
No, I don't think you did.
Well, I have now. All right. So, yeah, that will kind of bring that full circle. Any final thoughts then, Brian, on that whole topic?
I would say the priest has retired from pressing for answers, and it's not that he's lost his faith, but he's willing to approach things from a different angle. He's entered into talks with the chatty changed ones to help keep an eye on the not so chatty changed ones. He may be converting soon a multi-class cleric warlock. If he can't fight the darkness, he wants to work with it to watch over it.
Awesome.
He'll probably have one of those broad views religiously because he's seen light and darkness, but then he's seen that there are shades of darkness, some not as bad as the other.
All right. Cool.
I know it's not as cool sounding, but I picture the Fey people being labeled as the Order of the Hooded Lantern. They can go dark when they need to.
That is cool.
That's why you were leaning into that Gray Jedi thing. I was just like, yeah, we're done with the light for right now. It can wait a minute. Drops the hood down on the lantern. All right, let's talk. Cutscene later, and you hear someone gurgling in the background.
All right. Got that in there. Excelente. Well, it is now the turn of Goose.
Right.
A honk.
Your honk is heard loud. Number 3. Summer is a time for production and tending to the earth. Start a project related to food production. Or, summer is a time for conquest and the gathering of might. Start a project related to military readiness and conquest.
It is time to eradicate the gnolls.
That cavalry training is almost done.
Yep, gonna be 4 weeks to get enough armor ready and the cavalry
Oh,
to
well, there's
head out.
still
And
another.
then
There's still another project for the cavalry training, and that is the knights themselves.
Yep, the night training's the last of the 3 projects.
Yeah.
But we're getting there.
roundabout way, they start the mithril mine so they can get more armor and weapons.
Ah, very good.
And then once the army is actually trained and supplied, it will head to war.
So your project actually supports both angles of that. I like it.
Yeah, so that means that with the new mine excavation project, the mithril source will become abundant instead of scarce. And that will allow better armaments to fend off those horrors of the night. Muy excelente. Well, things are moving along quite nicely. Soon there'll be paladins to be armed. All right, Mr. Goose, would you like to discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project?
Start a project.
Got us another one.
A few of the Aarakocra are going to go scouting off map.
Ooh. So I'm going to assume that to be a 6-weeker.
Yeah, sure.
Like they're going to be out and beyond. All right. So I've got avian scouting beyond the desert. I have that on the map here. What direction would you have them go? West or east? North is icky. They would not go north. They already know that north is icky. So they'd be
Let's
going
go.
west or east?
Let's go west.
All right. So back in the direction from whence they came.
Maybe to see what happened to their land that they had to flee from.
We never said why they came here, just that they did.
Yep. Checking in with home. Brought mail from the last couple centuries. Guess what? We live longer than you bitches. Ha ha.
Haha, we can bang reptiles. So let's see. I'm going to put that in here.
Well, like what job?
Your eggs are my eggs too.
All right. That is an awesome project. Good call. And of course, what they find has yet to be determined because we don't know what's the western side of the continent. At least not yet. Other than in general, west is known as the spring area. So it's, I don't know, probably lush, whether it's jungle or forest or what have you. Anywho, I digress. I believe that Mr. Torafu is up next to flip a card.
All right, flipping a card and getting the real hankering to play some Baldur's Gate because of this fucking music.
Same.
5. A project finishes early. What led to its early completion? Or the weather is nice and people can feel the potential all around them. Start a new project. Huh.
Stuff.
So this potentially lets me start 2 projects this turn?
Yes.
To pick
Yes,
one or
sir.
the other. Wait.
Ooh. Because the card is starting a project, and then I can pick to start a project on by action if I want. But
Yes.
You're right. You're right.
project finishing early, the cavalry training finishes early.
Well, at the end of your turn, that's going to kick down and be done.
No, yeah, you're right.
It's as soon as you resolve your card, it finishes.
The transition to theocracy finishes early
I like
Huh.
that plan.
Huh.
because of the the warlock sects that are forming. They feel the need to what's that word?
Proselytize.
Proselytite. God damn my fucking fat tongue. Proselytize to preach. They feel the need to preach more fervently,
Now you know why preach came into popularity.
right?
Proselytizing sounds like prostitution.
And then they felt the need to really grab a hold of the leadership.
All right, so there's a full transition to theocracy, which comes hand in hand with the restoration of the temple complex, shoring up rites and ways. It appears that these new interpretations of sculpture force them to codify the beliefs at a base.
And then for my action, I'm going to hold a discussion. And I'm going to make a statement. After the introduction of the clergy and the introduction of the warlocks, in some manner, one of these aspects have, whether ethically or unethically, experimented with their eggs and resulted in half-breeds that from this point forward are born with a minor attribute of the other race. For example, Dragonborn that has scales in the shape of feathers, or Aarakocra, whose feathers take on the prismatic type patterns of the Dragonborn. And these particular breeds have an innate magical ability leading to the discovery of sorcery.
Sorcery was the first form of magic that was established.
Oh, motherfucker, that's right, I forgot.
Sorry.
Leading to a more prolific use of sorcery.
You
Let's
could
see,
potentially have different types of sorcerers at this point.
Let me tweak my idea then.
Because there is
Lead-
flavor to it.
They because of this
They could
innate
be like
property
specially
in
bred
the
as paladins or
no,
something.
and because of the innate property of these magics, they develop a keen taste to understand what's going on through the
I see,
arcane
yeah.
arts, and they develop a sort of clan of wizards that study the sorcery.
That merge the two to
So-
create a hybrid.
Would they then be cut off from the natural source, and so they have to study how to utilize it and manipulate the forces rather than being
Basically.
born with it?
Uh huh.
Yeah, any half-breed can't be a sorcerer. They have to be a wizard or a warlock or something like that, or a priest.
This specifically leads to the building of a wizard's guild.
I agree. That's a solid idea. Well done.
Or tower, or whatever you want to call it. You don't have to call it a guild.
Ooh, Wizard
Um,
Spire.
Fire, that works.
When everything is done, I am going to encourage Brian to go through all of the notes and give special names to stuff if it hasn't already been done.
Sure.
Because again, he's the final arbiter of the desert realm, so if he doesn't like
I can't
like
wait to draw this shit.
I put in Obsidian Order Warlocks just because they were drawn to the Glass Valley by the Shard of Obsidian. You can call them whatever the hell you want. That was just my placeholder thing. So, as one example.
Oh, I love all of the different ideas. There's certainly things here that said that I would not have thought of, and so I'm very excited to see where this goes and to help collaborate on other regions.
All right, so Torafu has dictated that there are now mixed breeds born by way of egg manipulation, and in a roundabout way creates the class of
Arcane study.
wizards who are cut off from natural magic gifts.
Yep.
Okay, so how would I want to add on to that?
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
I mean, that happened already. We're trying to rebuild after that statement.
I'm going to say
The
that
luminarchy of the twin pillars. That's cool.
I'm sorry, Josh, you got cut off.
I
You were
cut
going to say
myself
what?
off.
Oh,
All right, so what I have is a sentence or two here that read as such. Wizards become protectors and interpreters of ancient texts, so they're able to overcome that whole it's written in Elvish thing. They are supporting theocracy and the rule of sun and pillar worship. And in parentheses, I have anti-warlock. So they become very much opposed to any temptations outside of the way.
yeah. If it's not by blood and it's not by God and it's not by study, you're shortcutting and cheating.
Yeah. They're like, we are not listening to the temptations of blasphemy and evil and darkness. Purity is the way. And we reinforce the theocracy because now we can understand the ancient teachings and reinforce the law of the sun and the pillars. So that's my bit. Brian, you and then Goose will have final word to add on to this. But Brian, what would you like to add?
Um, to contribute to society, they help with the development of the knights and offer the Eldritch Knight option in training for some of the fighters. Especially any of the fighters who happen to be half-breed Aarakocra or any of the pure breeds that want to study that, they can. So if someone didn't have the blood to be a sorcerer, but they have the brains enough to be a wizard, then welcome. And you want to be a fighter too? That's great. We can work with that. It won't be as much magic, but you're going to get some.
All right, so let me know if what I put in the notes here sounds like a fair interpretation of that. Wizards assist in development of the knights with magic training to open the door to Eldritch Knights and multi-classing.
Yes.
All right. Cool. All right. Mr. Goose, you've got the final word. What would you like to contribute to this development?
Good question. I don't think there's much to contribute. That's just fucking good.
Just give him a name. Or something. I don't know.
What caused him again?
The wizards?
Yep.
The either ethical or unethical fuckery, divine or by sorcery based, of eggs causing birth of half
An actual
breeds
half
that
breed.
that resemble in a minor way the opposing parent, i.e., a dragonborn with scales just the shape of feathers, or Aarakocra with the color patterns of the dragonborn.
Where they're classically black-ish. Now imagine
So-
Aarakocra with vibrant red feathers.
Yeah, so there is a way of manipulating the eggs that was done, and so those born are cut off from being able to touch magic naturally, i.e., sorcerer and cleric. So they become wizards
Got a name.
because in order to manipulate magical forces, they have to study it and force it rather than it being an inborn or divine gift, as it were.
Well, I think a divine gift isn't a blood thing, so you could still technically be a cleric. You just couldn't be
Yeah.
a sorcerer.
Yeah, they study sorcery, or they study wizardry, and so they're opposed to warlocks, and they support the church, and they're helping with the training of knights and paladins, and creating kind of an order of eldritch knights.
Paladins has not yet been mentioned
Oh,
or
okay.
established.
Well, the knight training.
Despite if it was considered a blessing or curse that the alteration to their eggs happened, they decide to embrace it, and they named themselves the Clutch Weavers.
Ooh, I love it.
The Clutch Weaver Spire. Oh, that rolls off the tongue so well.
It really does. It really does. I gotta admit, when we started this, I was a little timid. Now I'm just like, this is fucking epic.
I know. Why do you think I've been talking of the quiet year for so long? And just think, that's only a fucking fifth of the map.
Yeah.
And we've only just begun the summer season out of, there's still a couple seasons to go. Winter probably won't go as long, but
It all depends when the King
Autumn
of
will.
Clubs shows up.
Well, I think
King
that
of
brings it
Spades.
back to me, which makes it your turn, Josh.
All right, if you insist. Two.
Dos.
Numero dos.
Tres, cuatro. Da, 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 da.
So someone new arrives. Who? Why are they in distress? Or someone leaves the community. Who? What are they looking for?
The Glass Valley.
I have a question about the world. How long ago did it get destroyed back to this age?
I think that what we've been discussing is happening over generations, even though
That's
air
how I feel
quotes
about
were
it mostly.
using like
Sure.
a week. I would say that a week represents more than that.
What?
No,
How
no,
about that?
no.
So,
That wasn't
if,
my
like-
question.
oh,
No,
Like,
I understand fully what your question is. I don't have an exact number like so many
I don't need
thousands
it.
of years ago,
Oh yeah, I
but
don't need an exact number. Just give me a guesstimate.
yeah, generations. That is my answer.
So a few hundred years then. Got it.
Well, I didn't say how many, but yes, generations plural for certain. I
Enough
think
for it to become
that'll
legend.
be better zoned in on after all of the regions have been created and we kind of have a view of how much progression has happened in general. But yeah.
The reason I ask is I'm just curious if an ancient dragon would have been alive during the prior era.
possible.
That is possible? Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, I'm not confirming or denying. I'm just saying it's possible. Those bastards can live awful long times.
Yeah, exactly right.
Only Josh really knows.
I'm still thinking, so bear with me here. I'm moving ahead the projects because they're not interfered with by my thing here, so I can.
Okay, then I'm going to go grab a soda real fast.
Plots have started. Oh, and if you want to look up ancient irrigation techniques that the Romans used, my God, those motherfuckers were ingenious.
Back.
Hmm. Um, yeah, I'm not, I'm completely drawing a blank, and that sucks. So I'm going to do, I'm going to borrow from Goose's previous thing with the avian scouting west, and I'm just going to send another party east. Um, what are they looking for? So the ones who went west, they might have a focus on following up on their old homestead or where they had moved from. Perhaps the avians didn't find a home there for reasons yet to be determined. The ones going east are heading out for the sake of knowing what is beyond, being able to prepare for other threats now that knolls have come from that direction, the Glass Valley's in that direction, carnivorous dinosaurs come from all around, but essentially now that the theocracy has been put into final order, they want to be able to better anticipate threats, get ahead of things, deal with them. So they're looking for all manner of unholiness, as it were. Something new, discussion, or project.
So they're still going, or the party's still going west, and someone followed them, or they
No,
returned.
a new party is going east.
Oh, in the other direction, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, man, all the shit that you've been doing this before I got here, but all the shit that just popped up so far, political intrigue, fucking theocracy, headbutting, fucking like arcane forces that don't like each other. Like Jesus Christ, all kinds of plot hooks.
Well, it's supposed to be a Game of Thrones style game, but more fantasy and less, light magic, because they were very light magic.
Right. Yeah, Game of Thrones was incredibly light magic, but I mean, we've already made wizards and sorcerers and clergy. Oops.
I loved how you managed to turn it into wizardry. I thought that was great.
Yeah. I mean, it is D&D. It's a D&D without some guy going, Fireball!
Fireball.
Fireball.
All right. I'm going to start a project, and it is going to be glass making because there's lots of sand available, and it has been neglected. With all of that which is going on, artistry is going to increase. Starting first with some sweet, what is the glass called on cathedrals that the light goes through?
Stained glass?
Stained glass,
glass.
thank you.
Yeah.
The new temple needs some stained glass windows, and then from
Let's
there,
go.
other cool stuff will happen. Plus, they can put stained glass in those sweet sunstone lanterns and stuff like that. Happy fun time. What do you guys
You
think?
just introduced the
is-
red light district.
Yeah, leave it to me to come
Well-
up with hookery. So, what do you guys think as far as project time completion? I didn't want to go all the way up to 6. 4 is like kind of the minimum I want to go, but it's not as difficult as some of the other stuff. So,
You got to learn glass making it's honestly a hell of undertaking.
Yeah.
yeah,
you
they
really-
have magic and
you
stuff
should
to
prob-
help now, though.
You
Like
should break
because of
that up.
I am not going to do that again because of magic existing and stuff. Like there is a push ahead, and it's something that I think has been tinkered with. This is like refining glass making into finally having it work. Like over the years and years and generations of being here in the desert, while it hasn't been a focus, it would be silly to think that that people haven't tinkered with it.
Like a window or some bullshit.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm tracking.
Maybe not glasses yet, because we're not, that's a little more precise, but window pane? Sure. And I kind of look at the, well, again, not trying to look for an exact time or anything, but I kind of look at the weeks that we're going through as epochs of time. And so these events may honestly have taken years for each of them to do what it is they do. Or months, or, like each one could be its own mini series in Game of Thrones, so to speak. And God, we're not even out of this region. I just can't wait to see the machinations that start to occur once
The
we hit
Clutch
another
Weaver's
region.
Spire is up by the lightning crevasse, huh?
I see. I love it.
That's a hell of a light show.
Yeah, that would be
I can
fucking
move it.
awesome.
No,
leave
don't.
it.
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
I almost feel like it's like perfect. Like there wasn't a better spot to put this thing.
I will say we need to get better at. It's supposed to be something drawn on the map.
You cut
No,
out
I
there,
agree.
but-
And
There's
yeah,
supposed to be
something drawn.
on the map from every turn.
Yeah.
So, and we've kind of failed at that a little bit.
I love the Clutch Weavers. So yeah.
So stop.
Well, and that is a
it
fair
something-
point. Like, if we wanted to, we could have like with the night training being the last phase there can be like a tower of or a
Put a
place where the
camp.
cavalry is, yeah, a camp or something.
It's supposed to be a tent. Wow, not a Pizza Hut.
I'm fine with Pizza Hut.
A tent with a military tent flag. Man, I can't draw for shit. I'm just saying anyway.
It helps if you just zoom in a lot.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
give that a
true.
shot. Ew. Oh shit. All right, let me find my spot. There we go.
There you go. And now it just looks like a volcano. There we go.
Nice.
Now it's flags, not lava plumes.
What was the symbol of the church and whatnot?
It's a sun
We don't really have
held
one.
by the sun
Oh
held by
yeah.
the pillars.
Dude, that's such a badass symbol. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie.
Well, that's going to end my turn, finally. Thank you for wading through my writer's block. Mr. Brian, you are up next. You are welcome to draw a card, do things and
Okie
stuff.
dokie. Do. There we go. And King of Diamonds?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Summer is fleeting. Discard the top 2 cards off the top of the deck and take 2 actions this week. That's going to end summer. So 1 card will come off the deck instead of 2.
And he
Summer
takes 2
ends,
actions, and summer
and
ends.
Brian will take 2 actions. Those are the actions of discover something new, hold a discussion, and start a project. While you are considering your options, I am going to tick down all projects.
Okay. I'll wait for you to tell me you're done.
I think I'm done.
Okay. First project. Roads.
That is cool.
Yeah, with everything spreading out like it is.
And I kind of see it going in a crescent, like from the church to with a stop off, like maybe a little sub road leads off to the Clutch Weavers. And then it just kind of curves generally around the Forest of Spires until it gets to the town center.
I like very much.
Second action. Upgrade to general buildings. And what people start figuring out better building techniques. And this is that project. And so as new buildings are being built, they're built with better construction materials, better stone, better, just because people know how to cut more. They've like learned stonemasons and whatnot, like as you're constructing these items out of stone for the most part, then people are getting better and better at that process. Not necessarily a secretive order, because I know they are, but masons.
So let me ask, because it is based on actions, are you making a project to evolve buildings, or are you discovering something new, and that is the
Oh, yeah,
laboring
okay.
class of masons and architects?
if I can just make a declaration, then I'm going to just discover something new as masons and architects.
So I'm making a note here. Masons/architects develop new techniques as city expands.
Yep. Basically,
Um,
people get better housing and stuff like that.
and we do have still 2 seasons to go through with stuff. I think that we might consider this is the capital city down here. Oops, let me put it on the pointer, which is yet to be named. There's no reason for there not to be other towns
I could
here
certainly see
and
another one
there
developing
throughout.
around the Clutch Weaver.
Um,
I
yeah,
mean,
I could
one's already
see.
starting up around the Lumicrat.
Yeah, the
Yeah, yeah.
Luminar Luminarcate or whatever that word is. I've not seen
A
before.
town of magic.
But yeah, they're definitely, because of the restoration of the temple district, included the temple in the outdoors. The Clutch Weaver Spire could definitely provide housing to people there.
Mhm.
Along the path of irrigation on the left here, I could see smaller little communities popping up.
Totally. And I could see
Um,
that being most of the farmland, too.
yeah, both farmland, I think maybe a salt flat or two. That'll lend them to be closer to as well. Something we haven't followed up on, which is the special trees there,
Oasis.
but it's still listed as a the tree
Yeah,
of
imagine
Tamir,
having a
a
road running
scarcity.
along the irrigation
Oh yeah,
to help, get things from farms to the city.
oh yeah. So that's just something to keep in mind as we develop further. Now that
Yeah, I
we
loved thinking about all
the end
these
of summer.
fantastical things, and then I'm like, what about something? Oh, fuck me. Okay. So, like, Masons, definitely. We need to think about some things like this. All right, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, so roads and then Masons and architects develop.
Cool, cool. All right. So those have been accounted for. Summer has drawn to an end. Um, as much as I would like to keep going, we actually have Theros starting at 3 in the afternoon as opposed to
You're
later at
right,
night.
because Avra's in Oxford now.
Yes. So I'm going to have to call it for me there,
Oh, yeah, no, I
just so I
understand. It's like
can
12:30 for me.
sleep and be more awake for tomorrow and things and stuff appropriately.
Yeah, Goose, I can easily see how this got away from a few sessions to like 6. I absolutely can see that.
Yeah, I
Oh, yeah.
wasn't lying when I said this is like session -10.
Yeah.
Well, and we'll get progressively quicker ahead, having developed stuff. We'll piggyback and have new stuff for other regions. I mean, I don't mind if it takes a long time. I'm totally cool with things being a while. I mean, typically our sessions go from 8 to 11, not 8 to 2:30, but that's
Yeah.
okay too.
It was a pleasant experience, but yeah, I'm going to
I'm
go take
stoked.
nap times.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. Like, out of all the new tables to create and get into, this one is quickly becoming a favorite. As much as I'm definitely excited for Firefly, that's
Oh,
because that's
about
its own whole thing. But yeah, this one, oh man, such a place in the
because it's
heart.
Tuesdays, I probably won't be able to play on Firefly.
Oh,
I got to Tuesdays and Fridays are currently my only open days, and so Andrea gets dibs on one, and Holly, my girlfriend, gets dibs on the other. So that is what it is.
that's fair.
That's what they agreed to.
Definitely okay. I'll be sad about it, but I can't hog you every day of the week.
Pretty much. Yeah, you have to learn how to share.
I'll do my best. All
Like
right, guys.
that. Yeah, try later.
Thank you, Goose, for that note of Start of the Fall, etc. there.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys want to do weekly or bi-weekly with this. That might be financial considerations or not. I am 100% down with doing this weekly. I don't know if every single session I'm going to be able to push that many hours, but probably for the most part, or at least go beyond 11, because we get into it and like with the creative juices flowing, I don't really get tired. I'm not necessarily tired now. I just know we have to start Theros
Me
early
either.
tomorrow. So yeah, that's its own thing. But yeah.
I don't mind going weekly until at least the quiet year's done. Then after that, we can reassess.
Okay. Let's aim for that then. Whenever I update the timetable next, we'll just look at next Saturday again.
Alrighty.
Same bat time and channel. And hey, if all of us are available, like we can start earlier too. We don't have to start at 8. So I don't know. I might see where everybody's at day of and how
Well, I'm still
late I
unemployed, so my schedule's wide open. You just fucking ping me.
Yeah, beforehand I was teaching Andrea how to play Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, nice.
She's like, I want to do something together. How about I was like, twist my arm.
Shit, right?
That's my fucking arm.
All right, cool.
Great.
Well, let us close for the evening there. Thank you guys for jumping in. This is super duper awesome, and I cannot wait for things and stuff to develop further, explore other regions, etc. This is a fantastic start.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
probably just gonna jump back on Star Trek or 7 Days or something until I get tired. You
All right,
boys have
talk to
fun.
you later.
All right,
See ya.
have a good night, everybody.